call to order Board of Education meeting, October 21st, 2021. It is 6:31. Lisa, can you take attendance for me, please?
All board members are present, and Jennifer Matlow is virtual, and according to the court rules, according to the OMA. Jennifer, can you tell us where you are, city and state, please?
Yes, sorry for upside down. I'll just turn the camera off after this. I am in a conference room in Montefiore Hospital in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Thank you.
All right, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, before we get started tonight, I'd like to say a couple of things that may be overdue. I want to make it clear that the board recognizes and empathizes with members of our community who are still experiencing the heavy social impact of having their names in the public domain due to the creation of a list that labeled them anti-mask families. The Board of Education is strongly opposed to the crafting of and/or distribution of any list that divides our community. The same can and did result in misinformation, fear, worry, angst, and a host of other emotions that are detrimental to a united community and detrimental to our kids. It is imperative that we find a way to heal, pull together, and continue our efforts towards making the district's vision a reality. Let's focus on the work of empowering all of our students to reach for their goals in a district that is inclusive and equitable. Okay, we will move on to public comment. First is Renu Zaretsky.
Hi, my name is Renu Zaretsky, and I am a parent of 2 Bloomfield Hills High School students. And I'm here tonight to thank our district's principals, counselors, and teachers, all of our district staff really, for making the first 6 weeks of school so good for students. Students coming back in September, it was exciting. And now, on balance, from what I see and hear, they seem to be in a nice groove. School might even be a bit of a grind, but the kind of grind that students might not know they missed. Of course, it's not always smooth. Sometimes there are big, scary, painful bumps. But good stuff is back too, stuff that can help, like relationship building among students, teachers, counselors, and principals, accountability that students can see and hear and feel in real time, creativity, perseverance, and hard work, blossoming when everybody can be present in a classroom or studio or on a playing field or stage. Parental engagement, the kind that supports student achievement in PTOs or boosters, the athletic committee, the multicultural celebration committee, or buildings global education teams. Restorative practices designed to allow students to learn from their actions that cause harm and give students the space and the tools to forgive, understand, and accept one another. It's good stuff. It's not yet perfect, but it's good. And just like we all wanted a year ago, we're together again as safely as we can be, and it is not easy. Our principals, counselors, teachers, and their teams are doing everything they can, and then some, to make our togetherness possible, sometimes around the clock. I have seen this, and for that I am personally very grateful, and I know I am not alone in feeling this way. I just have a bigger mouth than most. Again, thank you.
Thank you, Renu. Next up is Lisa Potter. Lisa, it's the only Lisa, I believe. Sorry.
Can you move your mic a little closer, John?
It looked like Potter. Is that right?
I have terrible handwriting.
Hello, my name is Lisa Butler, and I'm a Bloomfield Hills School District graduate and a parent of 3 kids at Bloomfield Hills High School. 6 years ago, I moved into this district because I believed it was the absolute best place for my kids to be at. The last couple of years have been very eye-opening to me with things happening in this district that just don't seem right. With the rise of COVID came me taking interest in the board meetings and even submitting my first comment to be read. I remember working so hard to prepare this comment and then one of you reading it. I recall you actually stuttering all of my words so much so that my entire commentary, which did not fit in the length of time, and was not completely read. I realized at that moment that something was not right here. I realized that most of you read our comments but were not digesting one word of what was being said. I realized that all of you, besides Paul, are not truly vested in what is best for our children and our community. I have sat and watched countless board meetings since that time, and sadly, my opinion only has become more accurate and more supported by hundreds of other families that feel this way. Today, I am taking the opportunity to try to share my thoughts again, but this time, I get to speak my own words, and you, the board, will hopefully listen. We, the Bloomfield Hills community, who you are supposed to represent, deserve to be heard and recognized. Bloomfield Hills School Board, I want you to hear me say, I am thoroughly disgusted with what you have done to Paul Conan. You should be ashamed of yourselves for embarrassing him and removing him from president of the school board. Yes, there is no argument in stating that Paul is absolutely way more involved than any of you in any of our kids' lives. And truly, PK is the only person on the board that most of us even know. Why? Because unlike you, Paul is a leader. Paul is a trusted member of the community that students and adults look up to. He cares about us. Paul is who we, the people, choose. Paul goes out of his way to make sure everyone feels recognized, important, and safe. Paul saw information that was dangerous to our community and went to the superintendent. Paul did not go by himself to the police liaison. Paul went with Superintendent Watson. If our own superintendent felt the police should be involved, then how could you, the board, feel that you should have been notified first? Why is Watson not being blamed for not alerting the board first? I've seen the disrespect you have given to our superintendent, and it's appalling. Howard, on August 12th, you literally threatened Watson regarding mask mandates in his job. This board can't even hold a meeting without talking over each other, bickering, making faces or eye rolls, or bullying each other. Maybe the board can't conceptualize the concept of how this list is bullying, since you all indeed seem to be bullying yourself. The going-ons of the last few months have embarrassed our district greatly, and this embarrassment stems from you. We have major issues going on in this district, and your handlings are questionable at best. I saw this from the follow-up of your last meeting of the email and the changes in the superintendent's September 13th email an hour before. You are the school board. You should be discussing why middle school buildings are having fires and how to stop bullying in places like the high school homecoming dance instead. It's enough already. Yep. Do what's right. Reinstate Paul.
Thank you, Lisa. I didn't read our BOP for public comment, and I'll read it now. Public comment is an opportunity for the public to address the Board of Education. It is not a time for dialogue. In the interest of time, the Open Meetings Act provides that the board may place limits on the time allotment for an individual comment. In addition to making a public comment, you may also email the board at any time. Any comment that contains profanity, threats, defamatory remarks, or is directed at any person not employed by the district or a member of the Board of Education in their official capacity and related to the role and responsibilities for which they are employed or serve, or is otherwise exempt from First Amendment protection, will be excluded from public comment. If you are speaking on behalf of a group or organization, please identify who you represent. Thank you for taking the time to address the BHS Board of Education. And next up, we have Elizabeth.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Dalewski, but all my friends call me Bethy. I'm a senior at Bloomfield Hills High School. I'm not here only to address the board, but I'm here to address the public. Bloomfield Hills schools pride themselves on a high standard of education and, most importantly, diversity and inclusion of its students. As stated under the Bloomfield Hills website in Goal 5, Bloomfield Hills will foster, encourage, and develop a diverse culture where equity and inclusion are at the forefront of decision-making process. Multiple perspectives are shared, celebrated, and included, empowering students and staff with knowledge, experience, and skills necessary and needed to make the world a just and equitable place for all. However, the current atmosphere of our high school couldn't be farther from that. For all 4 years I've been at the school, we've had a lot of racism, classism, homophobia, and much more. This year has been the absolute worst for me and my friends, culminating at the Hoko dance. Thankfully, nothing happened directly at me, but a lot of my friends have been sexually assaulted, verbally harassed, and have been called slurs and much, much more. Not even at the dance, during the school, in our hallways, during passing time, and in class. Thankfully, yes, on Wednesday, which was yesterday, 30+ students had a meeting with administration and other staff, but more needs to be done. We are sick of all these hate crimes, and feels like nothing is being done for them. We need formal protocols for when something like this happens and is reported. We need to be actually listened to and not victim blamed. We have protocols for school shooters, but not for hate crimes happening within our walls. Teachers also need to know exactly what they can and cannot do in situations. These protocols also need to be consulted on members of the LGBTQ+ community and other minority communities, whether it's staff or students. Someone who stole a soap dispenser from school should not be getting a 3-month suspension when someone who committed a sexual assault at a dance should only be getting 1. Because that's what's been happening here. None of us feel safe at school. I certainly do not. I used to wear skirts to school every single day. I no longer feel comfortable doing so. And I know doing this puts a big target on my back, and I'm gonna be the next person to be harassed, but this is a step I'm willing to take for people to hopefully listen. How are we expected as students to speak up when adults in our community are being punished for doing so? When you see something, you say something. Overall, all we want is our broken and arguably classist disciplinary system fixed, on not just the high school level, but the whole entire district. We need protocols in place ensuring real consequences and fair, just consequences for everyone, especially when minorities are hate crimes in any way. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth, and I'm sorry. Abby?
Okay, hi, my name is Abby Sung, and I'm a senior at Bloomfield High School. After hearing the decision the board made last week about PK's position, I was appalled and outraged. I feel this decision had little to no community input, and I felt highly disappointed with the lack of school and community involvement. For the past 4 years, I've been on student leadership, and I'm now the vice president of the student body. Not only has PK been at every single event I have ever hosted, but he has been supportive, personable, and involved. Throughout the pandemic, PK helped Courtney and I start Community Service Club, as well as attended every single lacrosse game this season. I understand the lack of communication is the reason you felt your decision was valid, but I feel it holds no merit considering there is an open investigation and PK may have been told not to share information until the case was closed. What PK did was honorable and protected the families until we knew if the list was threatening. It took a lot of guts for PK to do this on his own, and it was one of the many examples of PK putting our community and its students and families first. Knowing his position as president could be at risk, PK still chose to do the right thing and was the voice for 97 worried families. Whether or not you feel this decision was correct, one situation should not define his leadership. Of the board members, the only ones I know personally are Mr. Watson and PK. Both have been heavily involved in elevating Bloomfield's unity and inclusion. They have been an integral part of my high school experience, and it truly would not be the same without them. PK's term is up in 2022 anyway, so to strip him from the seniors who have grown up with his support feels like you're not only stripping him of the title, but us of his support. When reaching out to the school board members, students and family received an automated message, PK would have responded to every single one of these concerns personally and made sure that every person felt heard. I strongly believe that you should reconsider your decision and reinstate PK as president. I've never met a more deserving, kind, caring, and involved individual. Losing him as president was a tragedy to Bloomfield Hills schools, and I hope you value student and community input as much as you claim, and will take this opportunity to hear our voices. The Board of Education has continuously taught us to fight for what we believe in and that we can create change. I hope that you will prove to us that you really mean that. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Abby. Christy?
She's taller than me. Hi, my name is Christy Paquin. I'm a mom of a senior in high school at Bloomfield Hills High School. I'm here to also support PK. He did exactly what the school always preaches to the kids: see something, say something. He did so in a way that it could be looked at and decided on whether or not it was a threat or not. I would also like to discuss the comment on the board members saying that they're at a bunch of activities, but they just don't take pictures and videos like PK does. That's PK's way of getting involved with the students and the families. Pick your own way, because I don't know any of the rest of you. I truly don't. And I've been here in this area for about 18 years now. I also would like to comment that PK has been involved, he's been supportive, he has taken the time to not only get to know the kids, to get to know what they stand for. He does not pick sides, he tries to discuss things so that they continue to learn how to have an open mind. If you didn't like the way that something was done, if you didn't feel like communication was being upheld, that is something that as a team you guys should be working on, because communication can only be done if it's done by everybody on the team. I really hope that you'll look at the decision and the thought of taking him off the board as president and replace him back to the president of the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer? Kamens? Jennifer?
Before you start my timer, I just want to say that I'm reading this on behalf of Jennifer Arkin-Kamens, who couldn't be here, and any issues that you have from her comments should be taken up with her. Okay. I spoke at the last meeting regarding your lack of action as a board to address the anti-mask hate list as well as your culpability. I also sent you my speech demanding answers. Let's just say your answers did nothing to ease my mind of your bias. I was hoping for much more. In fact, your community deserves more. I wrote that the list of 97 families was distributed throughout social media to bully, intimidate, and alienate others while inappropriately and slanderously labeling them anti-mask. Your response was baffling. You responded as if you were covering for a friend. You said, and I quote, "Appreciating how terrible any list could or would be interpreted in a public domain, it is true that the author of the list never intended its existence to become known to anyone, that it would never affect other families." Let's just stop here. If the author did not want this shared with anyone, they would not have shared it. Instead, they made a slanderous list, they distributed it, and asked if anyone had people to add to the list. They also asked who wanted it. Why have you, the board, with the exception of Paul Colin, consistently excused their actions? Here are the questions I demand answers to. Why were there 2 different emails on 9/13 from Superintendent Watson? The first draft was condemning the anti-mask list and recognizing the impact it had on the community. The second email did not even mention said list. Who made these changes and why? Why did you publicly humiliate PK for doing the right thing? Obviously, Superintendent Watson thought the burn list was worth discussing publicly to the entire Bloomfield Hills community as well as going to the police. Are you part of the chat who wrote and distributed this list? Are you friends with 1 or more people who created this list? Why are you covering up for them instead of seeing this for what it is? Bullying by adults, which has impacted families and kids in your community. Why is this discriminatory list different from any other hate list? If you want your community to heal, admit your mistakes and condemn it. If not, your community will continue to believe you acted out of malice and are a part of making or distributing of this list. As a parent, I'm not sure what is worse, the changed email from the board regarding the hate list or your cover-up. Moreover, I am petrified of your response regarding kids and bullying. You had the audacity to tell me that kids should not report bullying or hate crimes until they verify their sources. What? What sources? You're attempting and hoping to protect the people who wrote and disseminated the list. Those are the sources. Your thought process is backwards. Instead, especially with what has been going on in your schools, you teach kids to stand up to bullying and to report it. Do you want these kids scared to report hate crimes? The only course of action was and is to report it to the police or school authority. And as you know, in this case, the police did find the culprit of this hate list. Bottom line, there was a hate list dispersed throughout the social media slanderously targeting innocent people. These families and their kids are part of the community you represent. Hate is hate, and right now you are part of this hatred. See something, say something. Do something wrong, apologize instead of hoping it goes away. Your community needs to heal. The only way that will happen is when you address these issues head on. Even if mistakes were made, own them and apologize. Support your entire community and do not rely solely on hope.
Thank you. Yana?
I am now speaking for me.
It's fine. Go ahead.
What is bullying? It is unwanted aggressive behavior that involves a real or perceived power imbalance. The behavior is repeated over time. Imbalance of power is to use power such as physical strength, access to embarrassing information, or popularity to control or harm others. Repetition is bullying behaviors happen more than once or has the potential to happen more than once. Bullying includes actions such as making threats, spreading rumors, attacking someone physically or verbally, and excluding someone from a group on purpose. Social bullying involves hurting someone's reputation or relationship. Here are some examples. Telling someone not to be friends with someone else, spreading rumors about someone, or embarrassing someone in public. Well, this is exactly what the author of this anti-mask list did. She participated in social bullying. She comprised a list of 97 names and inaccurately portrayed them as anti-maskers. She then distributed this list to a group of 16 people to spread the word. And if that's not bad enough, the group had additional dialogue to determine if additional names should be added to said list. This form of bullying is unacceptable, especially coming from a grown adult. What she did is disgusting and distasteful. My name was among the 97 people on this list, and I can tell you firsthand that I am not an anti-masker. When I discovered that my name was on this anti-mask list, I was angry. At first, I wanted to know who created this list because it was inaccurate. I wanted to confront the person and make it known to her that I do not appreciate my name incorrectly being on this list. I felt wrongly accused of being an anti-masker. I was labeled as something I am not. I was a victim of social bullying, and that is not okay. When I thought more on this list, I began to worry just how many people had seen this list. My thoughts started to spiral out of control. Was I in any kind of danger? More importantly, were my kids in danger? Did I have to worry about our safety? What was the purpose of this list? Was someone going to come after me, after my kids? I had a real perceived threat. See something, say something. Do what's right and stand up for what you believe in. Words we've been preaching to our kids for years and years. Things we as parents try to instill in our children. So why is it that you, as a board, decided not to pursue this reported bullying matter? Why is it that you decided that this didn't amount to an act of bullying? Why are you turning a blind eye to this disgusting and inexcusable instance of social bullying? Why are you not standing up for what's right? Instead, you've ousted the only member of this board that actually cares. You have embarrassed Paul Conan for his courageous and commendable act of immediately reporting this matter to the police. He saw something, so he said something. Should he have brought this to your attention prior to you finding out from the community? Sure, but that doesn't excuse your poor choice of publicly humiliating him and stripping him of his president position on this board. What the board should have done is collectively discuss the incident. A message should have then been sent to the community to bring this disgusting act to light. The board should have used this as an opportunity to show the community that any type of bullying is not condoned nor tolerated in Bloomfield Hills. Instead, the board sent a very generic message to the community that didn't really touch on anything. But come to find out, there was a very appropriate email drafted by Superintendent Watson to address the community, an email that sought out to do the right thing. However, that email was nixed by the board. In summary, here's what needs to happen. The board needs to send out an email to the entire community apologizing for not properly handling this matter. The board needs to publicly apologize to Paul Conan for unnecessarily embarrassing him for doing the right thing.
Please wrap it up.
And the board needs to immediately reinstate Paul Conan. The anti-mask list maker needs to publicly apologize to her community and to all 97
Thank you
people
very
named on
much,
this
ma'am.
list.
Thank you, Anna. We'll move on to number 3 on the agenda, the superintendent's report.
Thank you. Just a couple of things I'd like to share out as part of the report this evening. One, congratulations to the Bloomfield High School Marching Band for receiving perfect scores at the annual Michigan School Board or Michigan School Band and Orchestra Association Festival. Also, kind of an update to the community. There's going to be a survey coming out regarding the middle schools, looking for feedback regarding possible names for the middle school, school colors, and school mascot. And so that survey will be released tomorrow. Also, Fall Festival is coming up. It will be this weekend, October 23rd and 24th. As part of our social emotional learning during the month of October, our focus is on feelings, specifically focusing on happiness, empathy, recognizing and managing emotions, and for our students to have a growth mindset. Also, and I kind of shared this at the last meeting, Bloomfield Hills High School was ranked 8th in the state for the University of Michigan enrollment out of 301 rated high schools. Also, our IA Oklahoma campus was also rated in the top 10. So the top 10 feeders to the University of Michigan that account for over 10% of their incoming freshman class in 2019, 2 of the schools were ours. Also, open positions, we are still hiring. We are looking for bus drivers, graduate assistants for the IA, preschool teachers and aides, guest teachers, paraeducators, kids zone staff, and a few teaching positions. So one thing the HR department is doing is looking at creative ways kind of outside the box to solve some of the shortages we have. And that will be shared with you in a board update, some of the different things we're going to look at as far as solving that problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Watson.
Mr. President,
Yes?
may I request a 5-minute recess?
For what purpose?
Right.
I would like to talk to the superintendent.
Prior to the student intern report?
I would like to do it right now, if that's possible, sir.
In relation to what?
I'm talking to the president, sir. Just a 5-minute recess or less.
All right, we'll come back at 7 o'clock at 6:57.
Thank you very much.
I've never seen that before.
Should we gavel it?
You don't need to gavel.
Have a seat, everyone. It was for Rebecca.
Cookies are good.
There's cookies?
There's cookies. There's a lot.
Okay, calling back to order the Board of Education meeting. Just prior to the student intern report, I'm going to throw it back over to Superintendent Watson.
So typically, we don't address public comment, but I do want to applaud the young lady that was courageous enough to come forward and share her story. So I'll be following up with the high school team tomorrow and our Director of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion so that we can make sure that we have the proper support and her voice definitely is heard and I can have an understanding of what's going on. So I'll be looking to meet with her as well.
Thank you very much, Superintendent. Okay. All right, number 4, the student intern report. Let's hear it.
Good evening.
Welcome.
Give us a second to pull it up. Good evening, everybody. Heather and I will be presenting the school report to you tonight. This report was assembled with the help of the Board Student Advisory Committee, and as you can see on our slides, each intern and council member is assigned 2 buildings, and these reports were written by each respective student. So we are going to start out with Bloomfield Virtual. Bloomfield Virtual has been teaching a very successful social and emotional learning curriculum for younger students online. During classes, there's time dedicated to games such as 2 Truths and a Lie, which is dedicated to building relationships. Upcoming events are trips to Bowers Farm, the E.L. Johnson Nature Center, and an all-inclusive Spirit Week that's leading up to Halloween. Students are going to have the option to wear a costume or, treat Halloween as a pajama day. Next up, we have Blumen Preschools, which is Heather again.
Oh, wait, what about Bowers Farm?
Oh, okay, sorry. Our slides are out of order. I apologize. So for Blumen Preschools, students continue to thrive in Blumen Preschools and are excited for their upcoming events. The staff and teachers are planning in-school field trips and are excited for their upcoming storybook pumpkin patch. The parent-teacher conferences went well, and parents were enthusiastic to hear feedback and set goals for their child next year. Although the school is still short-staffed, the teachers and staff are working vigorously to ensure the experience at Blumen Preschool is the best it can be.
Next up, we have Bowers Farm. Bowers' main events this month is the Fall Festival, which will take place on October 23rd and 24th from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. There will be pumpkin picking, animal visits, live music, and much, much more. They are also seeking volunteers for this event, so if you are interested in signing up, you can visit www.schoolfarm.org. The tickets are available for purchase at the door or online, and there will also be an open barn with You Pick Pumpkins during the Fall Festival and on October 29th and 30th from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Please stop by to support your local farm.
Up next, we have Conan Elementary. Teachers and students are still going strong and are enjoying their in-person learning environment. The annual Halloween parade will happen in the next few weeks and will be hosted outside. Looking much farther down the line, the Blue Ribbon celebration will be happening in the spring. The current plan is hosting a Spirit Week. Details are still being finalized, and more information will be released when available. Additional events currently happening include a food drive, Change Wars, and Happy Feet. These events bring together the community and help drive positive social change. In addition to the events, Conant was recently ranked the 17th best elementary school in Michigan. Conant is so honored, but test scores and academics are only part of what make Conant so special. They are grateful for the amazing community members, students, and teachers who make it all possible.
Next up, we have East Hills Middle School. East Hills Middle School has also been enjoying the first few months of school. Make a Difference Day began on October 18th and will continue through October 22nd. East Hills is being asked to donate non-perishable goods to support the district's collection for the Gleaners Food Bank. School clubs at East Hills are also underway. One club in particular is the Forensics Team, a public speaking team that gives students the opportunity to improve their acting and performing skills. The Red Ribbon Spirit Week will also start this Friday, tomorrow. Students will be divided into two teams, red and white, and students can earn points for their teams by dressing up and participating in the Gleaners donation drive.
At the International Academy, the school has been granting seniors 90-minute work periods to allow students to work on college applications and teachers to work on letters of recommendation. I've heard from seniors here that this has been extremely helpful at removing stress for them. The school recently hosted a successful laser tag fundraiser for all grades at MI Combat, and upcoming events that students are looking forward to include the annual trunk or treat and charity ball events.
Next up, we have Eastover Elementary. Eastover students have been enjoying field trips to the farm and the nature center over the past several weeks. They had their fun run earlier this month, and the kids and staff had a huge blast. Over $12,000 were raised to support the school in programming, and Mrs. Singh has had the opportunity to visit classrooms and share a few of her favorite read-alouds with the students. It's been great getting into classrooms and seeing all of the wonderful learning that is occurring. Eastover is looking forward to the upcoming Halloween parade and celebrations.
Okay. Lone Pine Elementary students are enjoying the new therapy dogs. In addition, Lone Pine hosted a successful fun run and Donuts with Dudes event, which gave students and community members the opportunity to socialize and donate canned foods to support impoverished families. Students are also consumed with fall assessments, FastBridge, which is a conventional multiple choice assessment administered on computers, and Founta and Pinnell, known as F&P, which is an individualized one-on-one system to determine reading skills. Once completed, teachers and administrators will use these insights to develop targeted areas of focus for the school year.
Next up, we have the PrEP program. The PrEP program has had a wonderful first couple of months of school. PrEP follows monthly themes, so the month of October was all about healthy living. The students explored ways to make healthy choices in their daily lives. PrEP students recently had a fall cleanup at the Nature Center house where they completed tons of yard work with one another. And this Friday, they will be hosting a tailgate
party for central office. This party is going to be an opportunity for the prep students to develop some social skills and help improve their social skills. Throughout this month, prep students have also been working on decorating their halls with fall decorations, and that decorating will continue through the first week of November, and then they'll move on to some holiday-themed decorations. As we approach the end of this month, prep will be starting their job preparation curriculum, where students have the opportunity to learn what it's like to apply for and prepare for a job. They'll also be prepping for mock job interviews, which will take place at the end of November. Prep students are ecstatic to be back in school, and they especially love it when Mr. Watson and central office members come down and pay a visit. The Nature Center hosted the North Oakland chapter of Wild Ones event, where they discussed saving pollinators in fall and spring. Friends of the Nature Center will be holding coffee and conversation events with the community on October 26th and November 9th from 9 to 11:30 p.m. to discuss clearing out invasive species such as buckthorn. Finally, they invite all community members and students to participate in their volunteer day on November 6th from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. Next up, we have West Hills Middle School. West Hills is partnering with Defeat the Label through their Upstander program. The Upstander program is a year-long in-school program that empowers students to create a safe and bully-free school. While this program is typically presented to West Hills Middle School 6th grade students, this year 6th and 7th grade students will have the opportunity to participate. Most West Hills clubs started the week of October 11th, and at this point, over 150 students at West Hills have signed up for at least one club. The middle school sports season is also underway. The West Hills teams are boys soccer, girls tennis, girls basketball, cross country, and football. Students are very excited that the sports season is up and running again, and that is evidenced by the high level of participation from our students. West Hills has also been participating in collections for gleaners through the district's Make a Difference Day. Thousands of food items have been collected and nearly $800 have been raised. A new set of furniture was also delivered to the 4th and 5th grade commons areas at West Hills as part of the bond. Furniture that can be used in the future with our upper elementary students is being tested out by the students and teachers currently. And lastly, on Friday, October 15th, the West Hills Middle School PTO hosted a fall festival that brought families together for activities in a tailgate-style event. It was a great community experience. So I had the opportunity to visit Wing Lake this week during the school day, and I just want to say that I had such a good time meeting the students and the staff and touring the school. You can see on the screen, I'm with Zoe, and I got to take a picture with her. Recently, the adult transition group visited Costco, where they got to practice life skills. They also went to the Nature Center, where they helped rake leaves and learn skills like cooking and cleaning at the house on the property. Field trips for other grade bands have begun again. Last week, several classes traveled to an apple orchard. Additionally, the BHS International Thespian Society also held Princess Tea at the open house, which was extremely well received by the students. They absolutely loved it. When I was visiting, I truly felt like the love that the staff have for their students and the sense of family and community that they have built. And I'm really excited to return again every single month. And I think next month I'm going to go there and read a book to the class, which is very, very exciting. Next up, we have Way Elementary. Way Elementary held their annual fun run last week, raising over $20,000 to support building our classroom libraries. The students completed the 1.6-mile course and then watched their grade-level teachers face off in a minute-to-win-it competition on the ball field. Congrats to the 4th grade team for winning this year's contest. The PTO will be sponsoring a Fall Fest outdoors with dozens of exciting and spooky activities, such as the Way Haunted House. Their goal is to sharpen dialogue during student-teacher conference. The Readers Workshop implementation team also met this week, and their goal is to sharpen dialogue during student-teacher conferences and improve the interactions during small group and guided reading practices. For Make a Difference Day, Way is also collecting food items to support the Gleaners Food Pantry, with each grade level competing to gather the most items. And So this month at Bloomfield Hills Middle School, students have engaged in activities to strengthen the community, both in and out of the school. So for Make a Difference Day, the school is working with Gleaners Food Bank to run a food drive. Additionally, as a part of National Bullying Prevention Month, Lancer Leadership has been working with the Upstander program, which Leena talked about earlier. Students engage in meaningful conversations to improve the culture of the school. BHMS clubs and sports are also back. There are a couple of clubs that I like to highlight, which are the Black Student Alliance, Me to We, Be the Change, and the Gender Sexuality Alliance. In particular, I have heard so much positive feedback from the students about the creation of the GSA because it's completely new this year and it's really created this safe environment. And I know the GSA at the high school is super excited about it as well and will likely be making a visit to visit the kids at the middle school. The school is also participating in the Great Kindness Challenge. For an update on the SEL time, Lancers are focusing on self-awareness this month. I also spoke with the student this week regarding some concerns they had about the uneven distribution of resources between grade blocks. 7A only has 3 teachers, while 7B has 4, and as a result, 7A students have not been able to participate in as many science experiments because they haven't had access to science classroom equipment. So while the other block gets to perform the experiments, they have to watch videos, which can be really disappointing. So that was just a concern that I wanted to bring up.
And then last but not least, we have Bloomfield Hills High School. Bloomfield Hills High School has also been off to a great start. We've recently had our homecoming week, which was a huge success. Students enjoyed a week of school spirit activities, including hallway decorating, our Blackhawk games, and of course the Spirit Day dressing up days. The homecoming dance was also a huge success, with the high school selling a record number of tickets, nearly 1,500. BHS has also been experiencing a rise in COVID cases post-homecoming week, and so the school has been doing the best it can to maintain COVID safety measures like mask wearing and social distancing. The high school has also seen a rise in hate speech towards various communities in the school. BHS's mission is to be safe and inclusive for all students, and so these incidents were brought to the teachers and administrators' attention, and the teachers addressed the importance of inclusivity and civil discourse in classes a few days ago, and we want to continue to help combat this growing issue. To conclude, BHS will be hosting its PEP assembly tomorrow during the last hour of the school day, which students are super excited for.
And that wraps up our report. Thank you all.
Thanks, Heather and Leena. And thanks to the entire advisory committee. Your reports are always concise and informative, and that's the best kind of report.
Yes, we have some of the members of the advisory council tonight, so they're in the back.
Great job.
So make sure to clap for them too.
I have a question for, probably mainly for Superintendent Watson. I noticed in their reports the Upstander program was in 2 out of 3 middle schools. Is it not in the 3rd, or it just wasn't reported out?
I'll check and get back with you.
Okay, moving on to the consent agenda. Lisa has volunteered to read that for us today.
All right. I move that the Board of Education. Yeah, sorry, I'm missing a page. All right. I move that the Board of Education approve the recommendations detailed in the consent agenda as follows. Request to approve minutes of a special and closed session, September 23rd. Request to approve minutes from a regular meeting of September 23rd. Request to approve minutes from a study session of October 7th. Request to approve disbursement reports, monthly financial reports, and the summer tax resolution as attached. Request to approve HR actions and personnel actions as presented.
All those in favor? Say aye.
Wait,
Oh, we got a
second.
Thank you, sorry. First timer.
It's okay.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Oh, I forgot she was there too.
Thank you.
All right, motion passes. We'll move on to number 6, special reports, which is a financial audit presentation by Nevra Krieger.
Actually, could I just make a comment about the consent before we move on? I just noticed something when I went into the detail. I know there were some resignations. I just want to, on one of them, I just want a special shout out to John Seco, who's resigned. I know the students and a lot of the families. He's been in the district for years. I've worked with, I've seen him on the sidelines of many games. So he's made a significant impact on a lot of lives, and I just want to recognize that as a resignation.
Thank you, Paul.
So in front of you, on your board packets, you should have a copy of the basic financial statements, our single audit report, and our letter to the board. And so we are reporting out on the June 30, 2021 results. So we've completed our audit in accordance with generally accepted auditing standards based on our review of your procedures, testing your transactions, and looking at your year-end balances. And I'm pleased to report that we've issued an unmodified or clean report on your basic financial statements. And really what this means is, as a result of our testing, we identified no material adjustments to the financial statements. Then in addition to our basic financial statement audit, we also completed an audit of your federal programs. And this year we focused on the Coronavirus Relief Fund, which was a new federal fund that the district received. And I'm pleased to report we issued an unmodified opinion on your federal awards as well. Then finally, we also take a look at your sinking fund as well as your 2020 bond fund, and we look at the expenditures to ensure that they were spent in accordance with ballot language as well as state law. I'm pleased to report there were no findings or question costs as a result of that review. I did want to place an emphasis on the Certificate of Excellence that the district receives. So the district completes an annual comprehensive financial report, and not many districts complete this report. And there's a lot of extra effort that goes into these financial statements, and there's a lot of great information in the statistical section that has 10 years of data. And so the district has submitted these financial statements, so it's a year in arrears, for the 21st year that they've received this Certificate of Excellence. And so what the plan is for the 2021 statements, they will be submitted, and hopefully you'll receive the Certificate of Excellence for the 22nd year in a row. Okay, so before we dive into the historical results, we're historians by nature, I do want to go over where we've been from the last year and a half to where we are today. So, about a year ago, I think we all were breathing a collective sigh of relief when the anticipated shortfall in the school aid fund did not come to fruition. And if you recall, it was anticipated at $650 to $700 per pupil reduction. And so for your original 2020-2021 budget, you budgeted with the worst case scenario, a $700 per pupil reduction in your revenue. So really what happened was, as the state got more clarity over the summer months, they realized that the impact wasn't as significant as they expected. And so this was all great news for the school districts, because really you were faced with new costs to educate children, and launching into your hybrid learning model. And in addition to the state piece not coming true, you did receive additional federal funds that helped bridge that gap. And there are still significant amounts yet to be expended over the next 3 years. And so I do want to cover that piece, and that's what this slide represents. So this is really the influx of federal revenue, the emergency federal revenue that the district has received or is anticipated to receive over the next few years. So it really provides a time horizon as well in terms of when these funds can be spent. And with all federal funds, there are restrictions and requirements on how you spend the money, and they will be highly scrutinized by the awarding agencies. So in other words, there's strings attached. And so what you'll see here is the individual COVID-related grants. They're on the left side of the graph. So you'll see the Corona Relief Fund, ESSER 1, ESSER 2, ESSER 2 equalization, ESSER 3, and ESSER 3 equalization. And the amounts depicted in blue are the amounts that have been awarded or that the district anticipates receiving in the future. The amounts that are shown in orange are the amounts that have been expended to date. So the CRF funds, the Corona Relief Funds, you received 2.7 million, and you spent 2.7 million, so that's completely extinguished. And then the other piece that's also on here are the dates that you can use these funds through. So for example, ESSER 2, you have until September 30, 2023 to use these funds. ESSER, and same with ESSER 3 equalization. ESSER 3, you have until September 30, 2024. So you can see there's still a significant amount of federal funds that will be flowing in to the district. And so while it is a significant benefit to receive these funds, utilization will require a deliberate plan to ensure a sustainable long-term cost structure for the district because they are one-time funds and there is a funding cliff. So onto the historical results. So this graph represents your general fund revenue as of June 30, 2021. And so of your $97 million of revenue that the general fund received, about 50% comes from state sources. So this is your foundation allowance as well as your state categoricals. And about 39% come from your local sources, which would be your property taxes. You receive about 6.4% from inter-district sources, and this would mainly be your Act 18 money that you receive from Oakland schools. And then finally, your federal revenue this year was 4.8% of your total revenue. Now, this next slide looks at your general fund expenditures by function, or essentially by department. And so as expected, the district, of the $95 million of expenditures, the district had 72% spent in instructional support, and pupil services, essentially money spent within the classroom. And then the other categories, the percentages are pretty similar to the previous year. Now, this next graph takes those same general fund expenditures, but looks at them by object, essentially how you spent the funds. So as expected, again, being a service organization, the majority of your expenditures are going to be for salaries at 48% and employee benefits at 34%. Now, this next slide shows your, how we came up with the fund balance. So when you take your revenues of $97 million, less your expenditures of $95 million, you had a $1.6 million addition to your general fund balance, bringing your fund balance as of June 30, 2021 to $22.5 million. And then the fund balance then is broken up into various components. So about $300,000 is considered non-spendable, so money you've already spent, prepaids, inventory type items. And then you have 2.6 of assigned fund balance. And what this number represents is the adopted 2021-2022 use of fund balance, leaving unassigned at $19.5 million. Now, this next graph represents your retirement funding, or MIPSERS expense. And it represents the expense that the district has incurred over the past 10 years. So you can see it is a significant expense to the district and one that continues to grow. And so in 2021, the gross amount that the district contributed was just shy of $23 million. Now, the state does subsidize some of this amount. So the actual out-of-pocket, the district was, the net amount was about $15 million. But the one trend, like if you look at the rate, it continues to go up about 1 or 2% a year, and that is what is anticipated for the foreseeable future, that it will increase about 1% each year. So, in closing, the district does continue to operate very well and is organizationally sound. The financial results, it's an excellent result of the collaboration of the various departments within the district. And so, while your state funding has been set for 2021, 2022, school funding continues to be fluid. So, we really encourage you to focus on, thoughtful decisions with that long-term vision in mind. And so I do want to thank Tina Kostick and Karen Hildebrandt and the entire business office for their assistance during the audit. We encountered no difficulties in performing our audit. So thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Question from Jennifer?
Can you guys hear me okay?
We can.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for this great report. I'm looking at slide 3 and just eyeballing that there's about $7.5 million that we either have or expect to get and have not spent yet. So my question is was any of that money used in the calculation of where our current fund balance is?
I will have Tina come up and answer that question.
Yeah. No, what you're seeing is the awarded money. The only thing that would be part of the fund balance that was just presented is the revenue that was allowed to be recognized, and most of these are reimbursement-based, so unless we spend it, we can't recognize the revenue. Generally speaking, most of that is not part of fund balance.
Okay, great. So maybe some of this money, like the first two bars, that's where it was taken in, it was completely spent, that may be incorporated in the fund balance, but not the unspent dollars.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll go around. Howard?
Never, thank you so much. Again, this slide is exactly one I wanted to focus on. This has been such a and I made a mention to you before the meeting. This COVID relief has been so difficult to keep track of because the U.S. Congress has done it, and the Michigan House and Michigan Senate and the governor have gotten involved, and then it flows down to the district, and it takes months to do. So having it all laid out in a very graphical form is wonderful. Thank you so much. I'd like to ask the superintendent, as Trustee Matlow said, there's about $7.5 or $8 million that appears to be unspent as of a few months ago. Would this be something that you and your staff would be able to bring to the study session in a future study session for us to kind of review where we are, what the thoughts are in terms of spending this $8 million, and so we can discuss it as a community and a board?
Howard? Can we table that until the study session?
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Howard, can I finish?
I'm sorry.
Because this is just a presentation of the results of the audit. This is not a discussion of how we're going to spend any unspent money. That's a different discussion, is what I'm saying.
What I'm saying is I'd love it if we could put it on a future agenda for us to discuss.
It has not been discussed with the board to do that.
Well, that's what I'm
So,
asking the
Trustee Barron?
superintendent to consider putting that as a request.
So Trustee Barron, we'll put that in the seed bin, and then if 4 board members want to move that out of the seed bin, then we can move it up to an agenda item and place it on the calendar.
When are we going to start spending the money? I mean, how long is that process going to take?
Tina wants to say something as well.
Don't get too excited about what you're presuming is unspent. Much of that is committed. So this is through June 30th of 2021. And there are things in the budget in the current year that were already presented where monies are spent. And we are working on the December budget revision. So more will be coming. And I'll keep it short there to a committee of the whole meeting.
So in December, we'll be able to see where we are. That would be great. Thank you so much. And thank you, Paul, for your assistance.
Thank you.
You know, Howard, sarcasm, it's not appreciated sarcasm at the table.
No, I said, I thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Time out. Does anyone else have any questions?
No questions, but great report, always very detailed. I appreciate you and your team. Just want to say that, reaching excellence for.
Yeah, real quick.
Sorry, sorry, Jennifer.
Jennifer, you're going to have to wait just a second.
That's okay, 1 second.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I can't see you guys.
That's okay. I was just saying 22 years of excellence is amazing, so I just wanted to make sure I know we clapped earlier, but, verbal recognition is also important, so we commend you and your team for your service and all you do to keep us on task. So
Thank you. It truly is a team effort. They worked very hard, especially with all of these new grant requirements.
Yes, thank you.
Paul?
No, I do have a comment. I did not appreciate Howard's sarcasm at the table. That's not how we should conduct ourselves as a board.
I believe that he
I
doesn't
apologize.
think that he was.
I was wrong. Paul, I apologize.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Siva?
No questions. Thank you.
Lisa?
No, I just wanted to say thank you to Tina and the entire team. You hear things like 20, 21, 22 years from financial department and our transportation department. And it's you have to stop and think about it from how absolutely amazing that accomplishment is. So I appreciate that so much. Thank you.
Okay, back to you, Jennifer. Did you have another comment?
Yeah, sorry, you guys are like tiny on my screen, so I couldn't see that other people were talking or raising hands, so I apologize for interrupting before. Just a quick question, absolutely ditto the thank you. It's like of all the things that keep us up at night, we know that the financial management of our district is not one of them, so amazing thank yous. And just a quick question on, just like in one sentence, is there any restriction on the ESSER money? Like, are there any huge broad brushes that it can't be used for, like a capital expenditure or something of that nature?
It's more than a one-sentence answer, so I'll have to defer that to when we meet. There are a lot of strings attached, do's and don'ts.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Krieger, and thank you, Tina. Great job. Okay, we will move on to 7A on the agenda, which is the MyKIP School Improvement Update. We'll be having West Hills in this time with Mr. Geniak, Ms. Palmieri, Ms. Netsky, and Ms. Vigier. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm just looking up at the screen waiting for our presentation to appear. So thank you for having us. We're just going to start talking, I guess, and we're going to roll with this. So appreciate.
Looking at the financial report.
Todd Bidlack to the rescue. There we go.
Thank you. There you go.
Perfect. All right. Well, thank you for having us tonight. It is our pleasure with my team here from West Hills, who was already introduced. Thank you, Mr. VanGemert, for the introduction there. Starting obviously with just a little few insights into what's been going on in the building there. It's great to see our kids working in these collaborative spaces and whatnot. It's not the core of what we're presenting, but it's definitely at the core of what we do each day. So you may hear, I know you've heard about MyKIP. Under the leadership of Carrie Crocker and Susan Golab, we've been having monthly meetings really looking at the improvement plan for the district and how that trickles down into the building and how each building is supporting that improvement plan across our district. So West Hills has the honor of being able to launch this presentation series for you in showing where we're at right now in October in this process. The district has goals around reading literacy improvement, math literacy, and social emotional. I always look at that one as like the all-encompassing, wrapping our arms around kids and making sure that they're loved, they're accepted, they feel a sense of belonging. That's essentially the third goal in there. So when you hear MyKIP, you're talking about the Michigan Integrated Continuous Improvement Plan. And really what we're doing is this is the data-driven piece, one of the data-driven pieces of our work at the building level and at the district level. And so we definitely get into assessing students and seeing their strengths and weaknesses. And then we take that data and we work as teams across the building to really decide how we're going to implement interventions and supports for students in order to hopefully ensure that every kid is as successful as they can be. I think I'm turning it over to Stephanie Natsky, who is our learning specialist at the building.
Hello. So as part of my role as a learning specialist, not only am I in the classroom with students, working with them one-on-one and in small groups, but I'm also supporting our teachers too. So I'm immersed in all of the tiers of support within our building. And right now we're in the early stages of the MyKIP process and we're actively assessing students. And so we've broken it down between our 4th and 5th grade section, our elementary students that we support, as well as our middle school. So within our elementary buildings, our teachers are actively using our FastBridge fall benchmark assessments for both math and reading to do those additional screeners. They're also actively engaged in Fountas and Pinnell, also known as F&P reading assessments, to really do a deep dive with our students into their reading abilities, from decoding and comprehension to getting that whole picture with fluency, coupled with our writing pathways that's supported through our Lucy Calkins units of writing, as well as with our Envision math program. We have our pre and post math unit assessments, whereas the students are engaging in their first units of studies, teachers are beginning to able to track those patterns and gather some initial data to see where students are at. But outside of the academic piece and to really support the whole child, our elementary teachers are also engaged in morning meetings that embrace those social emotional check-ins. They're working alongside students and families to participate in goal-setting conferences to help assess and plan those needs, to support our students not only academically, but also set goals that support them social emotionally. And then it also reaches into our higher tiers, because we know we're working within the MyKIP and the MCSS systems. Within our Tier 2 and Tier 3, we're going a little deeper with progress monitoring systems that are district approved, tools such as AIMSweb, and also digging deeper into some of the tools of FastBridge to help us guide and support those learners further. At the middle school level, there is definitely that continuity between our 4th and 5th grade and going into our 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. And this really helps us with our conversations when we come together so that we can all speak one language, not only at our grade levels, but also across the grade level bands. And so our 6th and through 8th grade teams are also engaged in the FastBridge fall benchmarks with reading and math. They also are using the writing pathways pre-assessments through the Lucy Calkins writing units. They also have the pre and post math unit assessments engaged in their Big Ideas curriculum. And then embedded within our Warrior Time, which is our social emotional learning block, that our teachers are engaged with their students. They're participating in daily social emotional check-ins, coupled with support from our counselors that are helping them with that work. And then likewise in the Tier 2 and Tier 3 level, where I can definitely speak as a teacher because I'm working with our Tier 2 students, supporting them with some of those deeper interventions. We're doing a lot of progress monitoring to go deeper and to gather that data. So when we come together to have conversations, we have all the right pieces of information within that assessment process to be able to talk and begin to plan to implement for our students within MyKIP.
And you heard Stephanie refer to the MTSS, which is the multi-tiered systems of support. And really, you'll see this pyramid, and it's really talking about when you're thinking about a Tier 1 intervention, you're thinking about classroom interventions, things happening for directly within a classroom setting. So if I'm kind of working from the bottom of the slide up on this, you're talking about targeted small and whole group instruction with students that were identified through some of our assessments on targeting those skills that maybe are areas of weakness. SEL lessons and check-ins, these are happening across the building in every classroom. Implementing student accommodations, and then that continuous communication with families and making sure they're a part of that process for all of our students. Responsive teaching based on formative assessments. So that gets into, Stephanie gave the example of these pre and post assessments that exist within our math curriculum, and identifying, it's not a one-size-fits-all approach for every kid then, for each classroom. It's really figuring out how am I going to push each kid at the level that they're at currently. And then can't go without throwing in a little support from Ollie, our therapy dog, who's been getting acclimated. He's only 15 months, so he's just a baby still, but he's growing, and he is definitely one of those supports that does exist, especially on that social emotional level. So as you move up, so the Tier 1 supports are happening right within the classroom, and then as we identify a student who maybe needs an additional level of support, that's where you might see Stephanie working with students, or one of our interventionists working with students as well, where we're targeting a specific skill with those particular students and giving them a time frame to see if they are able to grow and improve, and hopefully be able to only have spent some time with that intervention, and then they're back in their classroom full time. So you see things like academic and social emotional support classes, and a student may take 30 minutes of their day or 45 minutes of their day and get a really targeted, focused intervention for 6 weeks, 10 weeks, depending on what we're doing with the student. And then assessing that and figuring out any other adjustments that need to be made. We have Tier 2, 4th and 5th grade intervention groups going on right now as well. And then just the continual academic and emotional check-ins and check-outs, and including our social work support. We've definitely seen the need for more support with the social emotional piece, the anxiety that's present in our students. I keep saying it. It's my 22nd year in education. I feel like I've said this many times over the last 2 years. This is like no other year in education, and for different reasons than 2020. as we've started this year, I think we're seeing the anxiety and stress and pressure of getting back to normal and pushing kids. I think we're seeing some of that right now with just the behaviors and responses to the stress that they're under. So a lot of support happening in the building. And then as we do identify students who may even need additional supports beyond what a tier 2 level would be, that's where you start to look into that. This is all part of that process where you're looking at holding a read and assessing their present level of performance, and then go into any of the testing that we may want to do if we're going down a pathway of seeing if they need an IEP, an individualized education plan. And that's where you see some of those higher level of supports there. And much of this happens through our BIT process, which will be talked about a little bit later.
So I will be talking about our plan to implement. Bring it to me,
Yeah,
sorry.
there we go.
So planning to implement, we've taken a look, if you look at the MyKIP process that's in the corner, so we've assessed our needs and now we're planning to implement. So what does that look like? September to October, we were collecting data. Teachers were collecting it and reviewing the initial data and observations continually on a regular basis, in conversations with students, observing how they interact with others, observing how they interact with text and different experiences. And teachers are constantly adjusting to meet the needs of all learners within their classroom. And so that's constantly going on, but we are formally going to take a look at the data because we are less than 30 days into the school year, so about 16%, I believe. So within that time, we've collected this initial data, and on October 29th, we have time as a building and professionals to utilize the MyKIP framework and thinking protocols to analyze root causes and determine next steps for our reading data. So 4th and 5th grade teachers will be working in their teams within our building, and then 6th through 8th grade teachers will be working within their teams, and that's science, social studies, and language arts. And then math will be working collaboratively to take a look at their data analysis, and then they're also involved in the Math Equity Challenge. So that will, I'm sure, be built into some of their time on the 29th. On November 2nd, so a few days later, we'll utilize the framework and thinking protocols to analyze root causes and take a look at next steps using our math data. So 4th and 5th grade teams will take a look at that, and then 6th through 8th grade will be subject area specific.
Something that is ongoing that we do is our building instructional team, or BIT. This is something that happens on a weekly basis for elementary and a bi-weekly for our 6th through 8th. And basically it's a group of general education teachers, special education teachers, our ancillary staff, to get together and try to first, identify students who do need a little extra help, and then we first focus on that tier 1 area. So what can we do within the classroom? How can we come together as a team, as educators, to support our teachers too in giving interventions at the tier 1 level? And then after time, and if we're not seeing those things working, then we look at that tier 2 level as well, including people like Stephanie into the conversation about how we can get more targeted interventions for those students. And as Andy mentioned before, if we have to go the route of special education, that is also usually decided in the BIT team as well. So we're really excited to get a lot of the data that's going to come through the FastBridge and all the other data that's happening, because then we can use that data, analyze it as a team, and look at how to have targeted interventions, not only for individuals, but classes as a whole. So there's really exciting stuff with FastBridge, which from my understanding is fairly new. We just started using it last year, so we're really still discovering all the capabilities of FastBridge and how we can, like I said, do individual interventions based on what we're seeing, and whole class, which is pretty awesome. The other part that's been quite heavily mentioned, but worth mentioning again, at West Hills, and I know in Bloomfield in general, we really care about the whole child, and providing time not only set aside time to focus on SEL, but an expectation that it's something that's woven into our curriculum each and every day. And how we treat our kids, the relationships that we have with our kids is super important in our building. And I believe Andy is coming back up.
As you can see, I brought just 3 of the all-stars that I get the luxury of working alongside each day. And I certainly need to mention how proud I am of my staff and for the dedication, care that they give each day for every student. And so I know it's true across the district. I know it was West Hills night, but you could take the presentation that we gave, and this is it's essentially the case study of any one of our schools right now, where we're at in time and place. So our teachers are really, I just commend them. I commend my fellow administrator and some of the teacher leaders that we have here tonight, just with all the work and leadership that happens across the building on a daily basis. And we wanted to end with just giving you another little glimpse into what school is looking like again in September, October of 2021. And what's wonderful is that we're getting back to being able to have more collaborative work going on. When we think back to what school looked like throughout the 2021 school year, with desks 6 feet apart and all of that, we've been able to maintain 3 feet apart, 3 feet of spacing within West Hills, which has really limited the quarantining going on. And you can see in these pictures, we brought back our new student pancake breakfast in September, which are all the families, all the students, and I say families because we invite parents to attend as well, and invited them to come in the first week of school, and we cook pancakes for them just to make sure that they know that they're seen, and they get a chance to see all the other students who are experiencing that same anxiety of, I don't really know anyone. I don't know who I'm going to sit by in the lunchroom. I don't know who I'm going to play with at recess. All of those things that really do cause that stress and anxiety. But it's great to see kids getting back to working in groups, using the collaborative spaces, trying out the new pilot furniture that was delivered a week ago to West Hills. So really appreciate the opportunity to present to you tonight, and we're certainly open to any questions that you may have.
Thanks, Andy. We'll start with Lisa.
I just want to thank you. I'm really touched by the humility and graciousness of all of you. Thank you. My only question is, how can we support you? I know that this is so tough on students, and I know you're doing everything you can for them. What do you need from us, and what can we do to help you help our students?
Do you substitute teach?
Maybe.
I'm trying to think what's the most immediate need. There it is.
I don't drive buses either. I'm sorry. Anything else?
I guess, just a plug out there to the world, whoever's watching. We certainly would love to have you consider being a substitute teacher. No, in all seriousness, I think just the continued support for the whole child approach in this district. I think, I feel very fortunate to be in a place, as I look at the financial presentation that just occurred, to have people like Tina Kostiak, who you go to and you say, this would be really good for kids, and she says, well, then let's make it happen. That's at the end of the day, that's what I would say from the board. If we know it's going to be something that's good for kids and support the professionals who are working with the kids, that's really it. I know it's a big, wide, broad, open answer, but that and substitute teachers would be what we need.
I would add something too,
Yes.
just since I have your ear. And hello, by the way, I don't think we've ever met in person before, so. Continued compassion. I also know that our staff, including us, it's been a really difficult year, and although last year felt even crazier in some regards, this year, from what I'm understanding from our staff members, our teachers, our counselors, our students, it feels even more difficult this year. So just continued compassion and understanding that we are doing our very best, and given the circumstances, and doing everything we can for the kids, and trying our best to support our staff so they can support those kids. So just continued compassion and understanding.
Yeah, and I think that that's a really good point, because I think we have all our kids back in school. So it's like, all right, we're back, let's go now. We can't forget the trauma that not only our students, but teachers and families have experienced over the past 18, 19 months. So just keeping that in mind, I think, is a very, very good point. And understanding that while we may want to push, we also have to be very observant and make sure that we're taking care of our kids' social, emotional well-being first. And then we can really move academically with them.
Thanks, John. So Andy, how has the return to school been for students and staff?
You know, I think, so the return for students and staff, I think it's rediscovering how to socialize with each other. I'm going to focus on the students. It's almost like, as I'm analyzing like my anecdotal data, I suppose, and just the observations we've had over the past couple months that we've been in school, it's almost like a little bit of a pause button was pushed in March of 2020 for wherever kids were at. And so some of the behaviors that we would typically see from younger kids, we might be seeing in our older kids. And so just really recognizing that what we would expect maybe from a 7th grader at this time in the school year, it looks a little different. And so trying to find ways to continue to support the kids in how they interact with one another, things like the Upstander program, where we're going to have some really guided lessons for students on how to interact with one another and how to support one another. That to me that's probably the primary thing I would say. But also then, you know, understanding that our staff has also experienced things over the past year and a half, and recognizing that we need to take good care of one another and support one another. So it's rebuilding the community in a sense, because the community was pretty much, I mean, you just look back to March 2020. I remember telling kids, oh, you know, we're going to see you tomorrow in school, and if not, we'll see you in a couple days. You know, and that was obviously incorrect. So, you know, I hear Rob Dureka. We lived that together a bit, Rob, didn't we? So it's really, I think, supporting kids in how, in understanding expectations when you're in school, the routines and procedures that were very easy to implement in years past are taking a little bit more work this year. So, you know, that would be, I would say, what it's been like coming back this year.
Thanks for the update.
Yeah, for sure.
And thanks to your team and you and your teaching staff.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Paul?
Can you expand a little bit more? I heard it in the students' presentation, and you just mentioned it, the Upstander programs. First I'm hearing of it. Can you maybe expand? Obviously, that's an issue that's going on in our district about bullying. Can you maybe talk a little bit about it?
For sure, yeah. So several of our schools have, at least all of our schools use this language. I think that's important. Whether you have the Upstander program or not, I think the language that's embedded in the Upstander program is terminology that our schools are all using. I know all 3 middle schools, whether they have the Upstander program or not, they're using that anti-bullying language. How do you support kids in becoming upstanders? How do you teach kids strategies when they see something happening to have the courage and strength to be able to step in, redirect someone, or just say, hey, come on, Melissa, come with me. Don't listen to them. Little moves that they can make throughout the day that can make a huge impact and difference for others. So the Upstander program is a program that we at West Hills have been using for, I think, about 6-7 years at this point. And as was presented by the students, we've had every 6th grader experience these lessons. And we feel that really drives home this common vocabulary, and then our counselors and social worker are able to follow up with lessons throughout 7th and 8th grade to really remind kids what they learned in their 6th grade year and use that vocabulary. So it's hopefully bringing kids back to, oh yeah, I probably shouldn't have done that. I could have done this instead. Because we weren't able to do the Upstander program last year at West Hills, we're also going to have our 7th graders do it. So Tina, that's going to be double in the budget. But we feel it's obviously one of the most important things we can invest in right now is supporting our kids in how they support one another. So that's essentially what the program is. It's 8 lessons. Different schools structure that differently. You know, some will do 1 lesson a month. I've been a big proponent of let's schedule a lesson every 2 to 3 weeks, and then that way they can at least remember, oh yeah, we did talk about that last time, and then build on that information. So we have, I believe our first lesson is going to be happening that first or second week of November, and the lessons will go right through the 3rd week of March. So with having Defeat the Label, having a partnership with them, they have different events throughout the year, and today was their community conversation on bullying, so one of our counselors attended that, and I walked past her office, and she probably would be okay with me sharing this. She's emotional, listening to the stories and strategies on how to support kids. So she put together a few pages of notes for us to be able to review together as a team. So it's not just those upstander lessons. It's being able to, you know, pull from those resources and have equip our counselors with even more material to be able to bring to our students.
Thank you, Andy, for sharing that.
You got it.
Michelle?
Well, I'm sure that all of your middle school principals are happy that you and your team went first. I just wanted to, thank you for recognizing our students and where they are and meeting them where they're at. Your presentation was very detailed, and so I do look forward to hearing additional information in the future. So thank you all. Great team.
Thank you.
Howard?
Thank you. So this is the first year that you're delving into the MyKIP process.
Howard, do you have a question for them? Or are you going, I'm asking, do you have a question?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. So the first year for the MyKIP process, could you compare and contrast what we used to do in the buildings for the school improvement plan versus the MyKIP process? What are the things that you see that are working well and things that are challenges with the new system?
Sure. You know, the thing that I will, where my mind goes with this is really, I love that Carrie and Susan have been guiding teams now, right? And having a consistent, Carrie's like, ooh, this is like my jam right here, so she's coming on up too. But, you know, what I love is that we have a monthly check-in essentially. If you look at each of our building school improvement plans, they've all had similar themes all throughout, and we've all been working in our pockets across the district, and we've been doing different things in the past that come together to collaborate around goals that we may have at our building level. There's different groups. There's a Macomb ISD group that we would join and guide us through a process. It's almost like we're bringing that in-house now within our district. So we're bringing all of the teams, like you see the team right here. This is our team for MyKIP that we come to the meetings with. And we work on the goals together. And under Carrie and Susan's leadership, they are able to give that common message of, here, let's work towards the district improvement plan, which is support, obviously, the district is made up of many buildings. So then we're all going back and we're working on the individual goals within our buildings, which all do align with our district goals of reading, math, and the whole child. So I like that we have a common message and a common theme going on in our district throughout all of our buildings with the guidance from them. And Carrie, what do you have to add to that?
I would just put out that reminder that MyKIP is new and we're still learning and developing into that process. The biggest difference that we see is typically when schools did their school improvement plans for advanced ed, that's where we housed them before, buildings were focused on their own data and their own building goals, and then we had the district goals, and buildings tried to connect to that. What we're trying to do with MyKIP is build internal coherence between the buildings and coming together and doing what we call systems-wide thinking, where it's a huge think tank of people where all the buildings are coming together. We're having open and honest conversation about all of our data across the district, and we're building our plan together. And we're learning all of the thinking moves that go with MyKIP so that we can then take that and use it district-wide, and then take that back into the buildings like you heard today, so that we have two-way communication, and then we get to involve more stakeholders in that process as well. So that's probably the biggest difference that I see, and the biggest word that I would leave you with is that systems thinking, trying to move forward the whole system at the same time.
Jennifer.
Hi, I don't have a question. Thank you very much, Andy and Kristen and the whole team. I would love to substitute to teach if that's legal. It would be sporadic single days, so I don't know how helpful that would be, but please let me know and I'll try to take some days off in advance. I would love to give free advice about Ollie's care, especially in the realm of dental and diet. I think I can help with that. And I was thrilled to see, talking about getting the students back to normal life. I was thrilled to see that there's the 8th grade DC intro meeting, I think this coming week, is that right? So fond memories for us, but I think that is, those types of things are just so integral to the students' experience. So thank you for maintaining those traditions.
Thanks, Jennifer. Yeah, DC was fun years ago, wasn't it? Exhausting and fun. So, and I'm hoping that Linda Swider was listening, because she may have an EduStaff application waiting for you now in your inbox.
Does anyone have any follow-ups? Thank you, West Hill Steve.
Thank you.
Very much.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is 7B catchment area presentation. We'll welcome Mr. Bidlack first, it looks like.
So, good evening. The three of us will be kind of dividing up the catchment area update. So, kind of going back to what we shared with the board earlier, we looked at 4 guiding principles. 1, that we are committed to looking through all decisions with a lens of equity and access and opportunity for all our students and staff. That we will continue to honor choice as much as possible, while creating a collective identity with consideration for transportation and an equitable in-district transfer process. Our 3rd guiding principle was we will determine low impact versus high impact transitions and review catchment areas every 3 to 5 years. And our 4th guiding principle is that we are committed to 2 equal-sized enrollments at all 4 elementary and 2 middle schools that reflect equitable demographics with proximity to neighborhood schools.
Thank you, Superintendent Watson. Those guiding principles have really been important, and it's important process-wise to reflect just a second on how they came about. It really was a group of administrative team, board members, building admin, and ancillary, all support folks, transportation was there in the room. And coming up with those principles has been important as we've gone back and shared with the community. And that was one of the first things that we did post guidance from the developing the principles, was to go out and share this with our PTOs. I along with Paul and Todd, we did several presentations. We presented to all of the PTOs at the elementary level and middle schools. And Paul, just so you know, Paul will probably be coming in here, but Paul's out being a parent right now, which good for Paul. His kid's in a championship game tonight, so I'll do my best on the enrollment pieces. But as we look at this, this was launched really ultimately from the scope and design. And during scope and design, there was a lot of conversation around, do we have one giant middle school? Do we have 2 middle schools? And for the sake of the community and giving a backdrop here, it was elected that we would have 2 middle schools. That would be purely middle school, 6-8. And it was important that also we named at that point in time that we would continue to have 4 elementary schools. And those were going to be more traditionally organized in a K-5 model. And so coming from scope and design and sharing this, we then had obviously our identified sites, and as that's going, it's super exciting to see the building going on at the old Lasser High School site, which would be, schools remain nameless, but that we're calling it North Hills from a working model, and then South Hills on the current BHMS site, is where these two middle schools will be located. So scope and design defined for us already that we're going from 3 middle schools down to 2 and keeping 4 elementaries. And we'll get into this as we get into our presentation, but that's very important to know that 2 elementaries will be feeding 1 middle school and 2 elementaries will be feeding the other, because as we live in our current configuration, we have 2 elementaries feeding 1 middle school and then 1 feeding the East Hills, Eastover feeding East Hills, Lone Pine feeding West Hills. So that pattern, that's why we're here tonight, the catchment, we're changing it. So, or making recommendations to you. I'm just here kind of, babbling on, I'm sorry about that. But at any rate, I thought it was good to reflect on how we got this far and where we're at right now. So during this process and when we did meet, we wanted to look at where's enrollment, so that we don't build buildings that don't have capacity or we have too much capacity. And that's where Paul would come in next after this. But one thing that I do want to say when it says capturing feedback, really 2 things stood out. Our community loved their elementaries. All of our presentations, there wasn't anybody saying, well, sign me up, I want out of that elementary. And that's really important because it's a testimony to what their experience has been as families. And the other half of that was, how do I stay in my current elementary? And we've bounced around grandfather and got rid of that phrase. We call it legacy now. So we have broached that because as we looked at the guiding principles that Pat brought us up to speed on, that was a big part of it, is allowing for choice. And I'll let Mr. Bidlack talk to you a little bit about what we came up with the legacy.
Yeah, and Mr. Greca is right. Master property planning really goes back almost a couple decades. The district is in an ongoing process to always look at its facilities to make sure that we're making the best use out of our spaces, and then making large decisions around how we're going to configure ourselves. And with the bond being the most notable one that people are very familiar with. And I want to go back just for a second in terms of why was this part of that bond work and what is this going to do for us? It was really important for the scope and design to also correct what we were seeing as alarming things within our programming. And so when we start looking at middle schools with sections of orchestra that we can only populate with 6, 7 students in it, we know we're running into an issue with that middle school not having the right amount of students populating it for us to run those programming options. Same thing we were seeing in world languages when we were ending up with only 9, 10 students in world language. It was really putting in front of us that we were getting at alarming numbers at some of our locations. And then also at the elementary schools, our enrollments were getting to the point where we were having to stretch staff between multiple sites. What this is going to do for us, this reconfiguration is going to allow us to offer more robust programming at the middle school level, and it's going to be able to preserve our teaming model and some of the things that we hold most valued. It's no longer at threat because we'll have about 200 students per grade level in 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. That's enough students to really run a dynamic and robust schedule with a lot of choice and options in that. When you start limiting the amount of students that are in a building, it starts reducing the choices along with it. This is why some middle schools might only offer 1 instrumental program instead of 2. It's why some middle schools might only offer 1 world language instead of 2. So it really helps us preserve that choice that we want to have in those. Also, what it's going to do at our elementary schools, and I know our special teachers are going to be absolutely thrilled by this, but it's also good for the elementary communities. We really want to get to the point where we have 1 PE teacher assigned to an elementary school, not driving during the day between 2 to 3 locations. We want 1 art teacher at an elementary school. We want 1 general music teacher assigned to an elementary school, and not having smaller populations where they're having to chase the elementary students over to the middle schools or maybe going between elementary buildings. All of this work is going to give us that model and the staffing strategies as well as the programming strategies to preserve all of that. So in that model, we're also trying to figure out what is a way to best transition the community into a pretty large reconfiguration for our district. We're going from we're going from 4 elementary schools that are not K-5 buildings now, and we're moving them back to K-5 buildings. It was important for us to land on, and you may remember some of the conversations through that process. So how many students would be appropriate? When does an elementary school become too large? When is it too small? And so we really landed in and around that 550 student range. It preserves programming. It allows us to run how many classrooms per grade level that we're looking at. And then it allows us to build out, using those bond dollars, to build those schools to the size that that elementary school will be. So if we build a elementary school for 550 students, but we have 750 students at that location, we'll run into significant issues with spacing. Same thing is we don't want to build a building for 550 students and then only have 300 kids in that building, because then we're not making good use of that space and we're back to sharing staff between multiple sites. So this is going to help us do that. We're going to return those 4 elementaries back to K-5 buildings, and then we're going from 3 middle schools. 2 of them currently have 4th through 8th grade. 1 has 5th through 8th grade, and we're moving that structure to a 2 middle school model that has grades 6th, 7th, and 8th, and the catchment areas are going to be switching to what's currently known as Eastover and what's currently known as Way will be the feeder track for that will be the middle school building is being built on the Losser site. Conan and what's currently Lone Pine, those communities will feed into the middle school that's currently at the Bloomfield Hills Middle School site. I think I said all of that correctly, hopefully. Did I get? Okay, good. So that's what we're doing. And then part of that is making sure that we have a good, healthy transition plan for the community and the areas that are going to be impacted. Because we realize some students are going to be halfway through their elementary school experience when this transition is taking place. And unfortunately, that's unavoidable because we're not building brand new buildings, moving over and then abandoning our old buildings. So it's a reconfiguration while construction is taking place. So what we have here on this slide is some examples of what that legacy plan would look like. So if in the fall of 23, because the fall of 23, you can almost think of that as the grand opening, maybe perhaps a grand reopening of our new configuration. That's when we'll be in 4 elementary schools, K-5, and 2 middle schools for grades 6, 7, and 8. That will be the start of that. All the construction plans are geared to having that ready to go. So over the summer, and then when we land in that fall, we'll be able to populate the buildings in those configurations. So if you're an elementary student in grades 1 through 5 in the fall of 23, and you're in that impacted neighborhood, and it's important to remember, I'm using the word neighborhood on purpose here because at no time were we, within those guiding principles, we didn't want to divide neighborhoods and split them in half. We didn't want to look at how many houses are on a particular street. So we're trying to keep neighborhood communities together. So if you do happen to be in one of those impacted neighborhoods in the fall of 23 and have an elementary student between grades 1 through 5, through the legacy request program that we'll have, you'll be able to request to stay at that elementary school. Kindergartners are not part of that legacy plan because they haven't started in that elementary school yet. However, if you are a younger sibling, because we also don't want families between 2 different elementary schools. We don't want you to have to go to one building and then the other. So if you have a younger sibling, or I guess I should say that the other way around. If a student has an older sibling that's at that elementary school throughout the years to come, so not just in the fall of 23, and I think this was a question last time, so theoretically, there's not a limitation on the legacy plan, but in practicality, that probably whenever your youngest child comes through, so long as they're equally spaced out within the elementary grades, then eventually after 5th grade, then that legacy program does eliminate, and then that household or that house then is moved into the new catchment area. So we have a little bit of flexibility there because we're not looking at such large numbers for that it would swing a school community over to 650 students. So it's not something that we can make available to all of the elementary schools, and that's one of the reasons why currently what we've still have on hold is the in-district transfer program that we have, because that's allowing those school populations to stay stable. And for this year, it's allowed us to significantly reduce class sizes at each one of those elementary schools, and we wanted to do that as a mitigation factor to help keep students spread apart. So we have that as part of the plan. That's currently not available to the middle school, because the middle school is a completely different situation in that we're going from 3 middle schools to 2 middle schools. So in effect, everyone is switching to a new middle school. So West Hills Middle School will no longer be a middle school. East Hills Middle School will no longer be a middle school. Those 3 school communities are now going to be in those 2 catchment areas. In addition to that, and probably even more noteworthy than the legacy program, is actually how we're going to transition students. And now that we're ending the phase of studying all of those neighborhoods and enrollment trends and all the work that Plant Moran Cressa has done for us to study the neighborhoods and the communities to figure out where we're going to be, that we're making a good plan as we move forward. Even more important than that is now we'll begin the phase of the work where we'll be asking building administrators and principals and PTOs to start creating welcome plans where kids are going to be brought into a new school community. That's always our ongoing work every single year. Every single year we have new school communities, we have new classroom communities, so it's something that we're very good at already. And now what we want to do is we want to do that intentionally for those areas that are impacted, including if you're in a neighborhood and you know, you have somebody else that's your age, we'll want to put small groups of students that are familiar with each other in the same classroom. Now, we won't put them all in one classroom where there's 30 kids that came from another school, but we'll make sure that they have a friend in there. So we'll be asking parents for that information so that we can put them with a buddy or two within those same classrooms. So our building principals and our PTOs can now begin the work of starting to welcome those communities and create a plan and start getting people excited. In addition to that, one of the things we're not sure about, but we're hopeful for, is that next year we might have room that some people might want to avoid a transition by going early. So if you want to get your kindergartner over to a new catchment area right now, knowing that that's in front of you, we're hoping to make that available, but that may be limited based on the classrooms that we have available, because we haven't built all of our new classrooms yet. So we might have limited space, but absolutely they will be our first priority if we're looking at allowing families to go from one school to another. That if you want to get into that new catchment area early, that we're going to try to make that happen for them. So I think this jumps us into some of the demographic and trends that you've seen. And Rob, I don't see Paul here, so it looks like Rob's going to help us go through that.
I'll jump on that. In kind of a broad sense, we want to talk about enrollment, but we also want to talk about where our enrollment is densest and where we're seeing new enrollees here in our district have been from east to west. So as I go through the slides here regarding enrollment that our Plant Moran prepared, and Paul, keep in mind that ultimately we're moving from east to west in the district, and with the recommendations that you'll see today on the slides, because obviously Eastover has been our growth area, and it's been a little flatter in the west side. So with that, looking at live births, which is a start point for all of this, because whenever we're building buildings or occupying existing buildings, you want to make sure the capacity is right, not too much, and try to fit that sweet spot in there. So when we're looking at 20-year comparisons here, you see the decades there. As little as 20 years ago, 15,267 live births in the county. And in 2020, I think Paul had said it's the first time under 13,000 in something like maybe since World War II era, during the war years. So not going to get a big bump out of the pandemic. People were watching Netflix, but there's not going to be a big increase in live child births. I mean, the Pew Institute research and so forth has said that this is not just unique to Oakland County, but nationally. This is a pretty busy slide, and this is where we were historically and where we've been. We've stayed very stable, very flat in this district from an enrollment standpoint. And I think the next slide does a better job of showing you that in a line graph here. But these are our populations. K-5, when you look at K-5 right here, about 2,300 is the 5-year projection. I believe we're a little bit lower than that currently, but near that number. And if you look at that, K-5, divide that 2,300 by 4 buildings, you know, you're going to get into that sweet spot of what we're trying to shoot for, around 550. True with our 6-8 population, the hope is that these buildings will be around 600 to 650 students when they're open in fall of 2023, yet they have capacity for well beyond that if necessary. And then our 9-12 population. Todd had mentioned that we're going to 2 middle schools, and I can't emphasize that enough. I mean, when you look at what's here, you have the catchment areas for 4 elementary schools. And we'll get into more detail with our next slides. But what we're seeing here is a break of about 650. And Todd, I thought, did a fabulous job of highlighting the identity piece, the opportunity piece, the notion of bringing like-size staffing and some of those things that you want it to be equitable. We look back at our principles. And so some of that is about the number and the programming available, which will drive that. And here we see 650-ish based on that 1,300 number on the prior slide. All right, here we go. All right, elementary school catchment boundaries. And again, this is for the fall of 2023. And we're trying to balance at 550 or so. And again, all this building's going on, and we have people living in these buildings. So there's some provisions as we get into this a little further. You can see where the numbers have landed here, and we'll go in individual slides and explain that a little further. But Conan and Way, there's still work that'll be going on in there. And then we get into the slides, we'll talk a little more about it. And East Hills, you can see, is a little bit lower from a population standpoint. East Hills Elementary School is what we're calling it, which would have been the former Eastover community. But that's where the growth is too. So there's some allotment for additional growth there. All right, so where are people moving and what neighborhoods are impacted? We'll get into that here now. So the recommendation being for West Hills Elementary School would be 499 currently, and they're picking up 42 students from Way and 48 students from Conan. If you look on the graphic here, the effort was made to take either whole neighborhoods or try to go by major roads and try to go for square miles. If you look here on the site, there's 2 areas there. The little small purple area there that's just south of Long Lake and west of Franklin, that's Bennington Green. That's the whole neighborhood though. And that's where the numbers stem from there, that area 2. 48 K-5 kids currently and 18 6th through 8th graders. And then and that is currently, that blocked out purple area, that's currently a Conant neighborhood. And will become a West Hills Elementary, Lone Pines, you know, that attendance area. It'll move to the west. It's contiguous with Wabeek and connected. Because obviously when you first saw the first set, there were lots of things that we looked at in other neighborhoods, but we did not want to create an island. We did not want to have pockets of folks like Todd highlighted, like one street going here and one street going there within the same neighborhood. Then if you look above that, north of Long Lake and west of Franklin, where Franklin picks up right by the high school, those are Way areas, that area 1 that you see on the graphic, and they are being moved to the west. And they're going to West Hills Elementary / current Lone Pine for folks in the community to keep track of where that's heading. And part of the thinking there is that the growth has not been on the west, it's been on the east. The number's a little bit higher, 589, but it's the existing West Hills Middle School, has more capacity, especially during the final transition times and the building phases that are still within the elementary settings in fall of 2023. There'll still be work going on. All right, I'm sure we'll have questions. We're going to go to the next one here. The next catchment area here is, again, Conan, currently 501. And we saw the 48 students that were the Bennington Green neighborhood going to the west. And then they're picking up 72 students from the Way attendance area. Again, we're trying to get bigger blocks so that one transition, you'll have someone in your neighborhood that you can those intentional acts as far as what these suggestions are here for you tonight. Between Quarton and Lone Pine, and you can see that it's east of Telegraph, and those are areas that butt up into our neighboring district as well, and they're Area 2 and Area 3 that would be going they would be going to Conant. And then if you see up above, Area 1, that was what was heading to, I want to make sure I don't get lost on my my directions with my own self here. Yeah, and those areas would be going. So it's a total of 48. So if you add up 22 there from the one area, does that add up right? 35, 45, 55. Yep, that's right. So again, it's a little bit smaller than the West Hills Elementary at Conant, but again, it's part of the intentionality around this at this time. All right. And now we're looking at, again, this is East Hills Elementary School. We mentioned that the growth is coming from the east. At present, it's 647 kids within that K-5 population. And, we've made provisions by having 4 or 5 at East Hills, but that's a large number. So how do we get to where we're going there? There was 120 students that are going to go to Way. And then you see like Area 1 there, it's north of Square Lake, and Woodward being at Main Thoroughfare there, and it would be east of Woodward there. So that 85 kids there, and then Area 2, you have the other 35. We're talking the 120 coming from the elementary number. Those are that's where that 120 is going to Way. Those neighborhoods right there that are in the purple. Then we have Way currently at 489 students. We're moving those students that you saw on the previous slide to Conant, where 72 are coming out of there. And there's also 42 students those that were north of Long Lake that are going to the West Hills. And you're picking up 120 from Eastover, so it's 495 at Way. And so again, like I said, Way and Conan are a little smaller number-wise intentionally, as well as East Hills is going to be picking up with that area growing at the rate it has been growing. We suspect that will continue to happen. So that's where that asterisk comes from for the anticipated growth over the next 5 to 10 years. A lot at you. I know you guys have had this presentation, but lots to process there. So I'll turn it over to Superintendent Watson.
So just a quick review of some of the accomplishments and then next steps. So these are either initiated, ongoing, or already finished. So prepare and study enrollment projections, and they are up to date based on this year's current enrollment from the count in October. Establish enrollment targets. You can see that we're expecting a little more growth on the east side, and so we tried to plan for that. Study boundary maps with student locator polyplots, and that was shared as part of the board update 2 different times. Assemble district leadership team and generate different scenarios. Some of you were part of that, and it involves superintendent, myself, central office, enrollment, transportation and facilities, building administrators, communications, and 2 Board of Education members. And for the 2 Board of Education members that served, you probably noticed that the boundaries are a little different, and we went from not having the opportunity to have a legacy to including a legacy. So if they were in their elementary building, they were able to complete that out, or have the option to potentially transfer early if they want to be part of that transition. And then, as Mr. Bidlack said, then mixing into really 2 new middle schools. So everyone pretty much is moving. So it might be at the BHMS site, but it's a different feeder pattern. West Hills is gone, East Hills is gone. And one of the big things that we'll be working on is that transition plan. to make sure everyone feels welcome when they come into the new buildings. Present information back to Cabinet when we had FFLA, BIC, Board of Education meetings, PTOs. Collect community feedback, which we did during the summer months. We formed a community catchment area task force that met on May 10th. We studied catchment areas, developed different maps, models, scenarios, and then provide feedback to district leadership team to further develop. Next steps, which was present findings at the October 21st, 2021 board meeting. If you remember back to 2020 when we talked about the bond and we were going to have to update catchment areas regardless of whether or not the bond passed, and the community was very gracious and passed the bond. We had targeted this fall to bring forward the plan for the catchment areas to make sure we had time to do the proper due diligence, because it's stressful for parents and students to transfer schools. So we wanted to make sure we had the best plan possible to bring forward. And now principals begin prioritizing that transition activities for 2023, right? So this is not next school year. This is the following school year, which gives everyone plenty of time to plan so that when those transitions occur, we have the proper plan in place. Also, just a reminder to anyone that is listening or wanting to learn or have more information, you can visit the district website and click on the bond. And tonight's slide presentation is updated there as well. And then there's periodic updates that go on as well so that the community is fully informed on what's going on with the bond. President VanGemert, I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Superintendent Watson. I'll start this one only because we received an email today. I don't know if you had a chance to look at it with regard to the 42 Way students moving to Lone Pine and the 74 Way students moving to Conan under the plan, and kind of how that will work for them in middle school. I don't expect you to have an answer right now, but just thinking ahead that we should get back to these parents that seem to be in a unique situation according to this email.
Right, so a couple things. One, there will be a small group of students currently in elementary that would be attending the new catchment area for middle school, starting in the fall of 2023. I think one of the things that Mr. Dureka and Mr. Bidlack highlighted were a couple things. One, that it's entire neighborhoods. So we're not trying to do that one-off, in that they're going to be moving together. So with the legacy piece, there are some options, right? So option one is you can stay in your current building. But if you decided, well, my middle school is going to be different now, if there's room available, you could transition early to that new catchment area if you'd like. And so, again, the way we're trying to think about it is everyone's going to 2 new middle schools. The patterns are going to be different. And so really what's going to be key is how do we transition those students in? So you will have those people in your neighborhood that are still going with you, even though you might be going to a different middle school than if you had not been changed in the catchment area. One of the things that was crystal clear that Mr. Bidlack and Mr. Dureka brought up was feedback from the community was, we love our elementary schools. We really, really would like the opportunity to stay. And so that was one of the things with the legacy that we were able to work in. And so excited for what those transition plans might look like. And as, you know, as a father of 3 that went through this in a different district, it is stressful. And it's our job as adults to make the best transition plan so that they have the great experience when we open up our new configurations of fall of 2023.
Thank you. We'll start with Jennifer this time around. Jennifer, do you have any questions?
Hi, John, you covered my only question based on the community feedback of the slice of way if they choose legacy and their middle school transition. So thank you, Pat, for answering that. This is a mind-boggling amount of math, and I appreciate the work involved, and I think it's a really solid plan. Thank you.
Howard?
I have 2 questions. For the presenters, have the legacy transfers been incorporated into the numbers already, or is that yet to come?
Yet to come. We haven't,
Right.
we haven't, this recommendation.
So the numbers that we're
Trustee
seeing
Bear.
might adjust as the legacies move around.
Correct. So if Trustee Colin had 3 children currently at Eastover, he might decide to offer the legacy option, or he might decide, hey, I'm going to a different catchment area, I'd like to go early, is there going to be room? Once this is finalized and we kind of move forward, and then we'll start to know how those numbers are going to shake out and then how many parents are going to take advantage of the legacy opportunity for their
So that the
children.
legacy is not guaranteed because there might be capacity issues, so we'll have to do some sort of lottery or something like that?
No, we'll be able to complete the legacy process.
So everyone who wants to be in a legacy can get the
Correct.
legacy?
So
Okay.
if you're currently in your middle school, based on the way the legacy guidelines, or elementary school, based on the way the legacy guidelines are set up, you can stay.
Very good.
When that link is broken, so if you have a fourth grader and you have a newborn, the newborn potentially will go to a new elementary school if you're in a new boundary. But if you have a fourth grader, a second grader, a 3-year-old, you can continue through that elementary school as long as you want to, as far as the legacy option works. So
Very
you
good.
can continue with that.
Thank you.
So we tried to be as flexible as we could, and listen to the community and the feedback. And so a lot of credit to Rob, Todd, Paul Wills, and the whole team that worked on making this option available on behalf of community feedback.
And when do parents have to sign into that or commit to that legacy process? Is that going to be in a year, or is that going to be a few months before we open, or when does that occur?
That's something we'll be working on as we move forward.
Okay.
But for those parents who want to go to the new catchment area next year, if there's room available, we'll be able to do that. We would not be able to provide transportation, however, but we would, if room's available, be able to accommodate them, right? So for a lot of families, having done this personally, it's going to require conversation and thought, right? There's pros and cons. Do we stay? There's pros and cons to that. Do we want to go early if there's room? There's pros and cons to that. So really, it will be families spending some time deciding what is best for them.
Thank you. And my second question is to my two presidents. I'm noticing we have the presentation here, but we don't have this on board business. Is this something that's going to be coming to the board for actual approval at some point, or not? Either Jennifer or John?
I can answer that partially as well, Trustee Barron. It's not something the board would have to vote on, it's operations. And so we've left it flexible so that we can continue to provide information. That's why we started with having it at the study session. We have it here again to see if there's any additional feedback or things that maybe you would like considered. With the opportunity, if we needed to bring back, we could. But the board's always more than welcome to vote on anything that they like, but it does not require a board vote.
Okay.
Okay, is my turn?
Yes, it is. Michelle.
All right, so thank you, Frank, thank you for that. So on slide number 12, I just have one question. I just want to make sure you can see where I'm making reference to. So if the 120 family students, right, decide to remain at that particular location, are we prepared to make sure that classroom sizes at that school are still the same as other classroom sizes, just in case those families decide that they want to remain through the legacy program as opposed to being transferred to Way? Would that be something that because you can have 600 kids in that building, so will we be able to maintain classroom sizes?
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Well, that will be limited based on classroom available space. So it won't be limited based on our ability to staff for that, but if we do not have enough classrooms, then we'll have to fit into the classrooms that we have. With the help of Plant Moran Cressa, there are some assumptions that we're hoping come out to be true that will support that. So let's say on average, that coming and going, that average is about the same in which people are choosing to stay at their location. Hopefully those averages aren't so, there isn't so much variance in which it really swings the population of a particular school. And then a couple of the schools will have a little bit more classroom space. We'll run into the most challenges at Conan and at Way because we'll have limited classroom space in those spaces. So then there would be hard decisions on whether or not you try to capture some of the special areas that we might use for world language or art, and if we try to use that for classroom space. Right now, there seemed to be some confidence from Plant Moran Cressa that those averages would be a wash, and that actually, although, like if you were to poll people right now who's going to do the legacy plan, that number will probably be higher than if we wait longer and some of that transition plan starts happening. Because what has not happened yet is our principals being able to start meeting with their new communities, people coming to new PTO meetings. We're going to ask PTOs to reach out to these neighborhoods. Let's get them energized to come on over. And you probably remember, I think the last significant transition the district did was probably the 4th grade at East Hills Middle School, right? There was a lot of planning and preparation that went into that to make sure that that school community was embraced and that families were actually excited to make that. And one of the things that we have to remember too is these buildings are going to be incredible. So the spaces that we're building between the Ingenuity hubs, the new cafetoriums, the new music space, there is not a loss in this. This is win-win, even though we have to go through the process of catchment areas. Even at the middle schools, when we talk about the limitations, because we have a few more limitations at the middle school around legacy, we have to remember we don't have a student population at the middle school who's going to go to an established middle school. So none of those middle schools, the way we are thinking of them right now, exist the fall of 23. So even if you are one of those impacted neighborhoods, you're going to a brand new middle school community that's now blended by different feeder patterns than it was the year prior. In a sense, everyone is new at those new middle schools. There is not a middle school that's established right now that has the same feeder pattern. It's going to be a mix. Those elementary schools are mixing into those middle schools differently. So you're not going to go into, if you're a 7th grade student going into one of these new middle schools, you're not going to be there with everybody else who knows each other, and I'm one of 70, or I'm one of 20 new students. It's going to be and that's why we'll start to plan a lot of intention around how do we grab every single grade level and start building school communities right away, and probably start doing that even before this transition. So we'll look at all those opportunities for that.
That was my follow-up question, was when are we going to start capturing the data to know what families intend to participate in the legacy program? Because that 120 just really is large to me. And I would, hope that we are really trying to figure out where that population of families are thinking. So.
I don't have an answer for that, but I would speculate we probably won't know that until after the winter of not this winter, but the next winter. So usually we start, once we're moving into really planning for the next school year, that's typically around the January, February before the next fall. So that would be, yes, thank you, Howard. So that would be about January, February of 23.
So we won't ask you that question ever again until January.
Yeah, which Superintendent Watson was implying that gives a good chunk of time to start preparing and building out a transition plan, because part of that decision-making process for a family is going to be, tell me a little bit about what's happening in September when my child goes to school there. Because we'll have a lot of intention around, and we do this actually at every single grade level, every single fall, where we're helping kids make friends, become familiar with each other. And also the way we do teaming at the middle school, we're already making schools within a school. So it's not you're going into a school with 600 students, you end up on a team with about 90 to 100 students. And then in that, we're going to make sure that there's somebody from your neighborhood that's there with you in your classes. So it'll be well thought out, and we'll be able to transfer into this new process. But Michelle, that is an area, you've identified something that we are worried about. And of course, if everyone takes that, then it starts to fall apart a little bit. But we're making some large assumptions in that is unlikely to be the case unless you poll people tomorrow evening, but as we get a little bit closer, that, and people start hearing about the transition plans, that will probably be in a little bit better shape. Also, with the help of Plant Moran, Cressa, because they've done this at multiple sites, I can't remember the number that Paul would say right now, so I don't want to speak on his behalf, but working with several districts over time to do this and kind of knowing about how many people select something like this, and then also kind of being familiar with when that ends up being a wash, because you get the same thing from your bringing students in and students leaving, those averages sometimes end up being the same.
And I appreciate it. I know I'm hoping that our families also appreciate the consistent updates and the transparency with what the process is like. So in the detail, like very detailed information that's always shared for this particular project, which, to me as a parent, looking at where my child would be, I would be asking these questions regardless to where I fell on the map, you know what I mean? So
Yeah,
I think
and
it's important, and I appreciate the transparency and the
Hi,
detail.
sorry, Michelle, I can't hear you. Could you repeat that?
No. Okay. It was just a thank you, Jennifer. You really missed nothing.
I can reiterate just a little bit of that, because this conversation was very similar now to almost a couple years ago, where we had scope and design, and I'm looking around, I remember Paul, part of that scope and design, Lisa was part of that scope and design, and this is a similar conversation that community really grappled with in terms of, okay, if we make this decision, understanding what the pros are, we know that this work now sits in front of us. And so this got initiated from that decision point, but that community stakeholder group really believing in this. And in fact, when we met with some of them again, I think that, the slides disappeared on me now, but it was like April or May-ish maybe. Some of those stakeholder scope and design members were on there saying, listen, this is important. We need to move forward with this, because we had an understanding that in order to really see this vision through for these new configurations and have these schools that we were dreaming about, that this is going to be an important step in that. But even though we are doing that, it certainly doesn't take away that we're going to, a group of educators are the ones that are going to plan this out with every part of their being about the care and the welfare of children. And so that's the business that they're in. So I know that these transition plans will be well thought out, and students will be in good hands for that.
Thank you.
Paul?
So a question it's definitely going to come down the road. So talking about legacy, and there's going to be some legacies in various schools. And I saw on the slide, obviously that ceases when they're going to middle school, but there's going to be a certain amount of families that, let's say, their legacy from second, third, fourth, and fifth to X school, and then regardless of neighborhood, their friends or their groups are all going to middle school X, and they're going to want to join them in middle school X. Now, I get the numbers can't be 900 and 300, but are we going to be flexible when it comes to that? If some families make a request to go to a certain middle school, as we've done in the past, to be with their friends.
So we haven't revisited any type of in-district transfers, because the goal is to balance the schools as much as possible. And kind of like Mr. Bidlack and Mr. Jureka said, everyone's kind of going to a new middle school. And so we're going to focus on that transition plan and how we can best serve those students. So you might be at West Hills in the fall of 2022, but in the fall of 2023, unless you're going on to Bloomfield Hills High School, you're going to a brand-new school as well. So really the focus is going to be there. And I get, if you want to use the legacy option, you'd like to use it all the way through middle school.
Would they get priority because they're legacied in an area?
Right.
A bunch of, would they get priority over another district transfer who just wants to transfer schools, since they've been with their friends throughout, and 80% of their friends are going to middle school X, they'd like to join them in middle school X. Will they get some sort of priority?
No, currently that's not part of the plan. The plan is that the legacy go through elementary school, then it ends, and then you would go to your new catchment area. And again, these are part of those family conversations that people will have. And then you might decide, Mr. Colan, that, I'm just going to go to the new catchment area early if there's room. The great thing is, it is an opportunity for kids to also make new friends, right? There are friends that they probably have in the community that they already possibly don't go to elementary school with. So our feedback from the community was pretty clear that elementary was the priority. And so as Trustee Southworth said, we could have a future problem where we have a lot of kids on the east side who, if they don't leave, it's a pretty packed building. And we'll do everything we can to make sure everyone understands the opportunities. And then if we have to make some type of adjustment, then we'll figure out a way to make an adjustment as far as accommodating people. But the elementary was the focus. That was the major impetus of having the legacy plan.
And my second question, which, I'm not sure. So obviously you pick certain neighborhoods, in terms of it. Why was one neighborhood selected over another neighborhood? How did you decide on which neighborhoods got selected and which ones didn't get selected?
So part of that was based on the number of students that needed to move, and then how close were they to as far as transportation routes, because we know we're limited on, unfortunately, on transportation. We've talked about that at quite a few board meetings. And then where it made sense. So if you look at the maps, they're not all jagged and spread out, right? We tried to take pockets of full neighborhoods that made sense. So whether it's dividing Woodward or looking for the railroad tracks on the east side and trying to divide something there that made the most sense based on the numbers. So you can say, well, this pocket up here, what about them? Well, instead of 78 kids, for example, they had 145. Well, that's too many to move. And you don't want to divide that neighborhood in half because you want to keep the neighborhoods together.
Okay, thank you.
So Pat, great work by the team, great applied math project. My question is, again, I think going back to what Michelle and Howard brought up, in the worst, we're targeting a sweet spot of 550 students per facility, right? To the extent students choose not to transfer and choose to go the legacy route with their old school, what's the most we can accommodate within each of these facilities? Can you stretch up to 650? Is there a particular number that we can or cannot accommodate beyond a certain level?
I can get you to answer that. I don't know off the top of my head what the max capacity would be, but I can get you an answer for that per building.
Okay, thank you. And then my second, this is more of an observation, is, sorry, go ahead.
Back to like the guiding principles too, but like as Pat has said, I'm sorry, Superintendent Watson, we're very formal here, and but the notion of moving staff and all the programming that Mr. Bidlack highlighted too would start to come undone then. If we made that and we acquiesced and said, well, we're going to go up to 6 something here and bring another one down into the 4s.
I understand.
That would be the issue, would be that then your programming continuity would be in jeopardy, and also your staffing would start moving again. And that this will take care of that. And that's one of the, as a former building principal, that's one of the biggest struggles that you have, is that you only get this person for a couple hours in the morning and they never truly feel connected to you because they're not at your staff meeting or whatever the case may be. So that would be a caution, that's all.
Right. A quick observation, these numbers are based on the first year as well, and I would assume that the number of legacy students would go down each year. That would be my assumption. I don't know how it couldn't. So, so that first year could be tricky.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to explain it. Those numbers are sort of like the target starting point, because there's a little bit of flexibility there too in those numbers for the east side of the district still to have some growth, and for the west side of the district still to see some decline, and yet over time. So what it does is it delays because at some point every district has to visit catchment areas. In Bloomfield Hills, we've been extraordinarily lucky because those catchment areas have been more about consolidating down and combining catchment areas. In most regions of the state, districts are going through recatchment, every so often in terms of making sure that their facilities has, because if somebody comes in and builds a brand-new neighborhood, it can really make school community unbalanced in that aspect. Because Bloomfield Hills is a region in which there isn't a lot of new construction going on, we haven't had to do that as often. So what we tried to do was build in some flexibility so that this conversation might not have to come up again for another 8, 9, 10 years, hopefully. But it is possible that the conversation comes a little bit quicker in terms of, okay, we need to rebalance. So we really tried to stretch this out to build some flexibility in that there's still, based on all of those enrollment trends and live births trends and what's happening in Oakland County, we tried to map out a strategy that we can delay the need to look at catchment areas as long as possible. So that's a little bit of what's in there. So you're absolutely right. Those are target numbers that we're trying to hit maybe within a 2 to 3 year stretch. And then that also gives room beyond that for the district to continue experiencing some of the demographic and enrollment trends that it's been experienced. So it allows for that flexibility over the next few years.
And sorry, Lisa, I interrupted my only chance to be the chairperson and interrupt. Do you have
Only
any
perk
questions?
you have of being the I don't really have any questions because I was part of the committee, and so all I can say again is thank you, because when I left, it was not nearly this, the details weren't fleshed out, and it was much better than the way we left it. But I wanted to point out 2 things. One, legacies won't have transportation. So there is no way there's going to be 100% opting for. That's going to greatly reduce the amount of people that will opt for legacy. Second one, the 72 families and 49 families that are legacies that could potentially, students, not families, not all will opt for the legacy option. So that at middle school, many of these that did opt for it will be reunited with friends that they've had through, they're not going to be going to an all-new middle school. They'll have a chance to reunite with friends that didn't opt for the legacy. So they'll have familiar faces in middle school. That's
So if I could comment on that. So theoretically, in 5 to 6 years' time, we would have run off all the legacy decision-making, right? But in reality, it'll happen sooner than that,
Probably 98% of it.
right?
That's
It'll
a rule
happen
of
within like a
perpetuities.
3-year or sooner. Okay, all right, thank you.
Pat, I know we talked about this in the past. So when is the date cutoff for people? Let's say X family moves into X location and they're not legacy. They're a new family, they're designated for. Is that like immediately or at the end of November of this year? When is that?
It's if they haven't been in the building.
So as long as they haven't been in the building, so for so 2022 will apply, and then after
So
that?
if you had a young family move into whatever neighborhood in October of 2023, they would be in the new catchment area,
So, all right.
or
okay.
whatever the catchment area is at that time, which may be a change previously to somebody that moved in October of 2022.
So 2022, if a family which is designated to move to Conan, let's just say from Way, and they go to Way, they will be legacied in if they move in 4 months from now, 5 months from now,
If they're currently in the building,
if
yes.
they get in the building, okay?
And then that legacy breaks when there's no longer a student in that building.
Got it.
So they move in, they've got a 3rd grader and a newborn.
Yep.
3rd grader goes to that building, the newborn, if they're in a new catchment area, will go to the new catchment area enrollment.
Right, and if they only have a newborn, then they go to the new school.
That is correct. So we try to, and there will be the family that has a 3rd grader and a newborn, right? We try to catch as many as we could with the legacy plan and try to stay true to the numbers as well. Again, this was the feedback from the community. At all costs, please find a way to keep our students, if we want to remain in the elementary building they're in. And so that's what the team worked really hard on doing, to find a way to make that happen, because that was a priority for our community.
Got it.
Yes, but because if you add Lisa's scenario with adding legacy to that 120, I'm sorry. That's a lot, that would be a lot of people, so. Whew, that's all I have to say.
Can I plug one person too?
You want to plug a person?
Jane Mack, our transportation director, did all the polyplots for this to kind of tell you exactly how many people are in each neighborhood. Lots of extra work for her, so thank you, Jane. I didn't mention her by name.
Thank you for saying.
Could you imagine if those 120 people had kids, brothers and
Does
sisters?
anyone have any follow-up questions?
No.
Jennifer?
Is she still there?
I'm sorry, I'm attending to my father right now. I'll be back in a couple minutes.
Okay, don't scare us. And no,
No, thank you.
thank you, Jennifer. I think
Thank you.
you can come back or not come back. That's fine.
Yes, great job.
Great job.
And you got another year's worth to go.
2023, January.
Does-
Mr. President,
Does
maybe
it-
take a break?
Yeah, does anyone need a break for, let's see, we've got 9:03. Can we go 7 minutes? 10 minutes? You want 10 minutes? 10 minutes. 9:13.
So Pat, did you?
Okay, we're back. Move on to number 8, board business. Can I have a motion for 8A?
I move that the Board of Education accept the annual compliance financial report for the fiscal year of 2020-21 as audited and presented by Plant Moran.
Any discussion?
No.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion- Motion passes 7-0. Is there a motion for 8B?
All right. I move that the Board of Education approve the revisions to the board operating procedures as presented.
Has everyone had a chance to review those revisions?
Is it not
Let's get a
attached?
second, and then we'll just.
Oh.
Second.
All right, we'll wait for the second. Thank you, Siva.
I don't see a link. Is it attached somewhere?
There was an email.
It's on the, it's in Novus.
Yeah, you can pull it up from the agenda, because I do have some points to make on this.
Can you give us the page number so we can go right to it?
It's page
Yeah,
20 and 20.
they're
and
redlined.
20
All right.
and 28.
I'm sorry, it's not read on the
Oh,
paper.
it's
I have some discussion points, but I don't know if that's premature.
Hey, let's start with Lisa, and then we can move on to
All right, sorry,
Jennifer.
just take me a second to pull it up. I don't know why, but I'll get it. Okay. So the red line suggestions are,
not.
the,
There's nothing to click.
the
Yeah.
one, the
Only the-
suggestions, I think it's page 28, is to accommodate committee of the whole.
Conversation, please.
Oh, I was just assisting my board.
I'm just trying to listen to what Lisa's
Okay.
saying.
That's okay.
Maybe we can plow through that one quickly. Page 28, the suggested change accommodates our new committee structure. We discussed making it, you've probably read it, we held off until we actually started committee of the whole. That's what it is. So it changed standing committees. Now, we eliminated BIC and FFLA and policy, and now it reads committee of the whole. Do you want me to read it actually word for word?
I'm sorry, what page are we on?
28.
28. Does anyone
Did we
have
skip to
questions?
20?
What about all those,
skipped
what about 20?
Yeah, we're coming back to those.
Coming back to 20.
So we're going to 28 first?
Yep, because
Yeah.
it's an easy.
Right. Yeah, this one would be an easy one. And then the rest of them are communication questions. So,
Previous version.
If we don't
Why
have
we do
anything-
is why don't we read 28, just to kind of, so we're all on the same page?
all right,
and-
Howard, you can read it, that's
Yeah.
fine.
And maybe what we can, can I make a suggestion? Maybe we go through each one of these and vote, as we've done in the past, we kind of vote on each one individually as opposed to trying to do it as a
That's a good suggestion, I think.
Because this is, I think that there are 6 or 7 different items that are changing.
Okay.
So, okay.
We don't have to vote on each one individually. Let's just talk about them, note changes, and then we can take one vote at the end. How's that? I mean, we'll still discuss each individually, And
Because
if we
I-
can't come to consensus on all of them, then we can do it individually.
That's
But
what I'm,
let's just see where we
that's what I'm
get.
thinking. Some of them are a slam dunk, and some of
Yeah.
them I think need a lot more
I'll
discussion.
note it if we have any corrections, but instead of having lots of different votes, we can maybe consolidate into one, maybe two at the most, so.
Okay, so on page 28, the section is on standing committees. And as Lisa said, that's because we're moved from the FFLA BIC model to the Committee of the Whole. So Section 5B, standing committees, the new language is
6B, right?
5B. 5B. Standing committees. The board and the cabinet and administration currently meet as a committee of the whole approximately once per month or as often as needed. The purpose of the meeting is to discuss any item from the board updates needing clarification, regular meeting agendas, measure progress towards annual board and district goals, and any other work session tasks deemed necessary.
Paul's right, it's 5B, though.
No, it's 5B.
It's 5.
It is 5B. It's Roman numeral 5B.
Yeah.
Can I just make one comment real quick? So with the multiple versions, just because I know it was adopted May 26th, should we update the version when we update content, just so we can be aware of like which version we're working with?
We absolutely will do that. Yep.
Okay,
As soon,
thank you.
every time we do an amendment, it will be it will read as amended and then the date that it
Yeah,
was
so I think she's saying on the bottom of the page, it says
Oh,
May
oh,
26th.
I'm sorry.
So in the footer.
That's correct, thank you.
So just
Yeah.
update the footer to the new date.
And it also on the front page.
On the
but
front,
we'll-
but it's
we'll
also,
fix-
you know,
yeah.
it's on each page too.
Yep. Okay, so if we don't have any issues with that one,
Well,
page,
does anyone have any issue?
Board, cabinet.
no?
Okay.
All right, page 21.
Just,
No,
I have a grammar thing, just move the end parenthesis inside the period. Sorry.
Oh, on the
Noted.
second line where it says if needed, period, paren, she's saying move the
Yeah,
paren
all right.
inside the period.
I'll give you my little stuff then. This little-
Good catch.
And the U should be lowercase.
Your 8th grade grammar teacher would love you.
Okay.
So is there a reason for the capitals?
Where are we?
All of them?
Sorry, I'm already on to 21. Well, only because as it's referred to, committee of the whole, you mean? And board updates and regular meeting, they refer to an actual proper noun.
Not technically, no, you don't have to capitalize. I'm just saying, I just asked the question, you know.
I have a substantive
Okay.
question. So during every committee of the whole meeting, the last line said, measure progress toward annual board and district goals. So is there going to be a standing item on every committee of the whole meeting that we're going to talk about, how we measure ourselves toward board and district goals?
I'm not understanding.
It says under standing committees, agendas measure progress toward annual board and district goals. So I read that as during every committee of the whole meeting, we're going to have to talk about measuring progress toward annual board and district goals.
I mean, I think you're being a little bit literal with it.
So I think,
I agree.
I think to Paul's point, we could just say which could include,
All right.
I
right?
agree.
Okay.
So the purpose of the meetings could include. Okay.
Could include the following colon.
All right. Anything else?
Good.
Okay. Page 21,
Is it 21 or 20?
20,
20, I don't see anything on 21.
sorry. All right. We'll go through B. We clarified it a little bit so that if someone is speaking at public comment and requests a written response, then they'll get one, but we have a lot of people who don't request it and don't give us contact information even. So Obviously, if we don't have contact information, we can't respond. And maybe we change the public comment card to, they can check a box if they're looking for a response.
I think
But
that's a good idea.
It was just, yeah, it seemed a little inclusive because it wasn't possible even to do. So, B, everybody okay?
Could
Yeah.
I make just a minor suggestion?
Yeah.
We say requesting one will receive a written response.
Sorry, Siva, can you speak louder? I think
Sure.
that's Siva.
Sure. So I'm reading about, with that red phrase, requesting one will receive a written response. Could we flip that around to say requesting a response will receive one?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I'm not
Yeah.
following the sentence.
Sorry, so section B reads, all full board email and public comment requesting one will receive a written response within 2 weeks. I'm saying switch the words one and written response around. So it'll read all full board email and all public comment requesting a written response will receive one within 2 weeks.
That sounds better.
That
Yeah.
sounds better.
Just grammatical.
Yeah.
Yeah, just grammatical.
Also, Jennifer's standing order for a period outside of the ellipses.
I just learned that if we lived in England, what's written on the paper would be correct, but here in America.
Yeah, I was going to say, I learned it a little differently, but we can get into that.
Yeah. This came up with college
Oxford
essays.
comma debate at another night.
I guess it's the same.
Okay. Can we go on to C? I've got, C, we don't have anything. Can we go on to D?
Yes.
Okay. D, this situation arose, Howard, remind me, was it this board or was it the previous one? We got into an issue where all board members received an identical email, but we didn't know we had all received one. So technically, it would be something that the president/spokesperson would respond to, but we had no way of knowing if each other had received an email. So this would fix it in the future.
I have a question. Why is this changing? Why is this
All right, so Paul, maybe you can help me with this as well. I think the situation was, maybe Howard got one and answered it. Tell me what it was. I'm sorry, I'm not remembering it 100%.
There are two situations here that I'd like to talk about. One is, yes, we do get emails over the last 3 or 4 months where it was like a one-line email, please give me a call or I'd like to have coffee with you. And it was sent to individual, it was sent to me. I didn't know who this person was, so I forwarded it to Paul and said, have you received this or have other board members received it? Because if we've all gotten the same email, instead of coming out with a 2-line of 7 people, they just broke it apart into 7 emails. There's no way for us to know that unless we kind of circulated that around and said, is it the same email that we've all gotten? If over the next hour it is, then the president would respond.
And let me say, I also remember the impetus of this was we all received a separate email from, it was a change.org petition, and the request was from administration, since it was really in their purview, that they would answer.
And you're right, it's not just a one-liner, but it can be very lengthy, it can be whatever.
Exactly.
But they just take it and
there are
break it apart.
instances where we would have no way of knowing which other board members received an identical email.
So is, because if you go to the previous language, is this because I got an email that's requesting board response? Because this is not evident in D, versus before it said, individual board members receiving an email may respond and make it clear that they do not speak on behalf of the board. Now, are we saying that we want for just the president to be, the full board to be in knowledge of? and restricting the response?
No, it's really just to distinguish between an email that truly went to you as an individual as opposed to one that was sent to all 7 of us identically.
But where is it that we got to use our discretion, right? I'm sure Michelle gets emails, I get emails. So I get an email that the tennis tournament is in Kalamazoo. I'm not obviously forwarding that to John. So
Right.
where is it in there that we're going to say we got to use discretion on what we forward? Because this is board operating procedure. New board member comes in and says, if I get every email, do I need to send it to the president?
Well, that is a good point, and I'm hoping that we understand.
I think the must doesn't give you, the word must does not give you any sort of discretion.
Leeway.
It's a very strong word when you say I must do something. So there's not an option when you say I must do something.
All right, well, can you give me another one that you said?
Well, I think, as Michelle maybe pointed out, the way it was originally written, may respond or may send it to the president.
If it says may, there's no point in including it at all.
Well, I don't know exactly how to word it, but I think the word should, but I think maybe if it's a unsolicited email, or, because, we're all a number of us are part of the School Board Association. And I get other school board members are saying, hey, Howard, I got a question on such and such. I'm not going to forward that to the president because that was intended to me.
So we should
is this
we should have language in there qualifying substantive matters pertaining to the board, excluding logistical matters or matters pertaining to committee work of other organizations.
Yeah.
So something that just qualifies the conditions that we all understand.
All right, I'll go back to the drawing board and try and come up with language that can distinguish between something that is obviously personal as opposed to maybe personal.
Yeah. And I think we can use our own discretion.
Yeah.
And quite frankly, E has the same issue.
Correct.
Yeah. All right.
So whatever you do in D, do the same thing
All
in
right.
E.
Is that the only issue that people have with it, though? Okay. I can.
At least I do.
I think, by the way, Bob, revisions take 1 meeting. It's not a double approval process. So this is an easy thing to go back and fix. We can do the rest, and I can come back and fix D&E. All right.
Sorry, so Lisa, I do have a follow-up
Could you
question.
go to the mic?
I do have a follow-up question about D&E. So, so the trustee uses their discretion, and if it does need to be forwarded to the board president, you're expecting a response from the president? Is that what it's saying? Upon confirmation that the email was sent only to the individual? Who's to confirm that?
Well, if everybody
president is gonna
right, because
confirm?
the president will be sort of the repository for all of these ambiguous emails. So the president can say, you know what, Howard, you're the only one that received that. Go ahead and answer. Or conversely, nope, everyone got that one. I'll answer it as the spokesperson. But if one person collects them, then we won't have things slipping through the crack.
So,
Or-
but that's a lot of,
Yeah,
that's a lot of
you
work.
could drown the president
That's
with
a lot of
emails.
She's already drowning.
But I think this is going to add to the
This is,
drought.
yeah,
I think
5X.
when Howard sent an email said, hey, I'm sharing because you might have not gotten us, I'm like, okay, I did get this, so.
I mean,
we're good.
most of, I don't know, I do that anyway. If it looks ambiguous to me, I will flip it to the president and say, did everyone get this?
Yeah. And we've been doing that for a number of years
Yeah,
now.
I mean, it really
It's
isn't
nothing
that
new.
much.
This is just proceduralizing what we've been doing anyway.
But it isn't going to one person.
Yep. Well, it's,
When you respond to board, it's going to.
Sorry, I can't hear.
It isn't always going to one person. It's being forwarded to all of us.
No, but this would go to the president only.
No, I'm talking about what current process has been from what I have experienced.
Yeah, so this might streamline it a little bit so the rest of us
well,
don't have.
all right, what have you done? Because I know what I've done. What have you, when you get an email that's only addressed to Michelle, what do you do? that you haven't,
If you
they've
all
never
have
seen
already
before.
circled back and said, 5 people have said I've gotten this email, there's no reason for me to also say I got it too. I just don't think it's
That's true.
necessary.
Yeah, that's true.
So if one person has sent it and said, hey, it was only sent to me, now we all have it. We don't all have to send an email and said I got it too.
True.
Right. That's why I think it does, it's a little bit more work for the president, but it does kind of clean up the group emails to all of us.
What I assume the president would do is the first email he gets from a board member saying, hey, did you get this? He waits a little while. If a second board member, and if the president also gets it, then the president sends an email to all of us saying, I got this one. It's been going to everyone, I got this, and the president will take care of it. So there's a little feedback loop between all 7 of us, so we get on the same page within an hour or 2. No?
I guess for me, what I'm saying is right now, Howard, if you received an email
Right.
and you send it to board, we all now have that email.
Well, no, I don't send it to the board. I send it to the president.
I'm saying if you receive an email and you forward it to board, we now all know that the president has this email and we don't all have to forward it because we now all have the email. We don't all have to respond.
Right. What is being
Well, we
said, I
have to
believe,
distinguish situations, though, where everyone got it versus 4 people got it, and that's what I think was D, E, that's what, but yeah, that's what the 2 clauses cover, is if we have 3 different situations, 1 person gets it, less than 7, but more than 1 get it, or 7 get it. So if 1 person says, copies it to the board and says, I got this, the president still doesn't know whether 1 person got it, 2 people got it, 5 people got it, so.
But why does it matter how many of us got the email? I mean, I'm just trying to find out, why does it matter that if I didn't get an email that someone sent to only John and Siva, why does it matter that I didn't get the email?
What we have to determine is who responds. Does the president respond? Does the individual board member, because they were the only one who got the email, respond?
But that
Does the
isn't-
group respond, or does the president respond for the
But I don't think that's
organization?
the question in the changes.
Well, Lisa's the one who wrote the
I think
changes.
that is what it was meant to do.
Okay.
Because if a group of less than 7 gets an email, it's a different response protocol. If an individual gets it, it's a different response protocol. So this covers all of it.
So
It's
it
me-
says,
It's meant to.
But the change says, upon confirmation that the email was sent to only that individual, they may respond. Okay, so if we all got an email and it was only sent to 1 person, if it was sent to 3 people, are we now saying that because it was sent to 8 people instead of 3 people, that we have to respond individually?
No.
No.
All right, you got sections.
That we may
you got-
respond?
You got section
I'm reading D.
Wait, you got section C, D, and E. C is what we normally get, which is 8 people are on the to list, the spokesman responds.
We're
That's-
only changing D and E.
I understand, but as Jennifer said, there are 3 situations. There's the C situation, which is typical. There's the D situation that happens occasionally, where only one of us ever gets that 1 email. But we have to figure out, are we in the C situation or the D situation? And then the E situation is 3 of us got an email,
So you're
but not
telling
the other
me,
4.
but from what I'm hearing you say is that if an email is sent to me, right, that I may respond to that email or not, but I'm forwarding it to the president for what? So they know that I got this email, but it doesn't change the fact that John. But I'm not finished. It doesn't change the fact that John received that email, correct? So John may still respond. It doesn't change the person's who's responding. Whether or not we all got the email, I still have the right to respond because it came to me.
All right, what D is trying to do is if we each got the same email, we shouldn't be responding individually. We should be
It
responding as the
doesn't say I
board.
cannot. It said I may.
Well, it says cannot, but we're changing it to should not, I think, right?
Basically, you're right. We are changing what D said, we are changing. It probably was done,
Yeah, we're not saying must.
we're modifying the rule.
Okay, so but we're gonna change that to say a little bit more clearly what you're trying to convey.
Correct.
So let me ask another follow-up question. Should it be sent just to the president or the full board? Does it make things easier if we're going to send it to the full board? It may short circuit, multiple emails going to the president, because then.
Everybody knows who got the
I would
email.
defer to the president who had done it for the last couple of years, which is the easiest way to do it.
To be honest, I have no idea what we're discussing.
Yeah.
This is just a
This is
lot
just
of,
way too
this is a
complicated.
change that isn't necessary to me.
No idea what we're doing.
Would you like?
What you're saying
Could
is
you lean
that
forward so that
if-
everyone can
if-
hear you?
Listen, if 7 of us got an email and it was addressed only individually to us, except for that email happened to be copied and pasted and sent out 7 times individually,
Mm-hmm.
what we're suggesting is that 6 of us forward that email separately to the president, so the president now has received 7 emails on
That
the
is
same
what
topic.
this says, yes.
I think that's
Waste of time.
crazy.
What's, fine.
Just forward to the board. And then
Yeah.
everyone can say, yeah, I got that, or, and it's
Fine.
all in one chain.
Okay.
Because the way Gmail works,
It bundles.
it's going to separate all those out. And so now there's going to be 7 separate emails. But if one person gets it and it says, hey, I got this, then people can respond in that chain and say, I got it too, but they don't have to forward the email. They can just, and that way it's all contained within one email thread.
Okay.
Rather than, I mean, we can do it however we want, but it just seems super complicated
If you want
to
to,
get
if we,
6
when we
emails.
get it, you forward it to the board, but then the president would be the one to be the arbiter to say, okay, this seems that, it's either going into C, D, or E, and if it is something the president's going to respond to, the president says, okay, I got this.
And
I'll answer.
I thought that's what we were already doing. So maybe I'm on a different planet, but I thought I was already getting copied on emails that said, hey, I got this. Did anyone else receive this email?
I've
Is
been
that
sen-
not what we've
I've been
already?
sending it to the president, but if we need to say, instead of sending it to the president, you send it to board, that's easy.
Yeah, is that the change that we want? I mean, it makes no difference to me.
I think it may make things
Just as long as we add in there, it relates to board business, because
Yeah.
it's not clear.
That's true. Good point.
Wait, say that again.
As long as it relates to board business, just add that in, and it'll make it clear what type of emails we need to send around.
Okay.
Members receiving email related to board business. Yep.
Yeah, but it's not, board business is, I think is too narrow a scope, because what if it's community issue, right? Like something that clearly pertains to a substantive matter of community and district interest that excludes purely logistical and outside committee work. That's what how I would rather it be phrased.
I didn't really hear what you said.
Yeah, Jennifer,
You're coming over very
The
choppy.
point is, we haven't defined board business anywhere in the BOP, so it's an ambiguous term. John, it's in a legal document, you have to define a term that you're using. What are we calling board business?
I don't know, I get 150 emails. Which ones do I send? We have to define something.
Good points. All good points. Great. We'll wait for you to send it back to us, Lisa.
But I don't know what to write.
You want us
How
to all
about-
send you some suggestions?
We'll give you some suggestions.
Which ones are we suggesting?
D and E.
D and E, in terms of how to differentiate between
I
basically
have
personal emails that are hitting your Bloomfield account and issues that are relate to all 7
I
of
can
us.
do that. I mean, I can distinguish between emails that are clearly personal to one person versus duplicate but identical. I can put that language in. I don't know if
All right,
there's
well,
beyond that.
We'll come
you
up
could
with
just say
something
board
over the next few
related,
days.
right?
Well, we have to define it then.
And then let's define it then. I think that's the second person that said we should say board business, so maybe we could come up with what that means.
Correct.
I'm just saying.
All right, so if, for the people that want it to say board business or board-related, can you provide me with a definition of that?
Do we have a definition section?
So Lisa, again, my personal feedback would be, you've got 7 adults, and they've got to use their best judgment, right? There's no way you're going to be able to define to a T every single possible category, right? So you've got to, you've got to say if it's relevant to the board or board-related business, then you're expecting the trustee to forward it on to the president or the board, right, the full board. And you can't come up with every single scenario.
No, and certainly we can't, but when we put something in writing, it really does have to be specific. That's the nature of a document that we rely upon. If it has ambiguous terms in it, it really doesn't do us any good.
You're never going to cover every single scenario.
Exactly.
Impossible.
No, but the ones that we are covering ought to be articulated.
Jennifer, you're breaking up. You may need to
We can't hear you at
closer
all.
to get a better signal, maybe closer to a window or something like that. But you're breaking up.
Could you just,
No, we can't hear you at all, Jennifer.
You're breaking
Jennifer,
up.
could you disconnect and try to connect again, and maybe you can get a better line? I don't know. But you're coming out very choppy.
This happens in all of our hybrid meetings, and this is a shortcoming of it. So, it works up to a certain point, and then you get the breaking.
Okay. Let's move
All
on
right.
to F.
F is just, was actually suggested by Jennifer to make it a little bit clearer. It's not a substantive change.
What's the change and why? I'm just, an
It's not changing
acknowledgement.
the rule. It was a little fuzzy. So we added additional language to make it more clear. It doesn't change any part of what we do.
You can, full board emails that require administrative response should be forwarded to the superintendent so we should forward it to the appropriate responder. Standard explanation, the reason should provide acknowledgement of receipt by the board. I don't know what an acknowledgement of receipt by the board, I don't know what the change is and what we're doing.
It's just a language change. It's not substantive. We already have this. We already have the obligation to do this. The spokesperson did already have the obligation.
Here, I think.
Red language doesn't make,
It doesn't make sense.
It's fine if we don't put it in. It was really just,
well, what was there before, I guess?
Nothing, I guess.
It
No.
was there.
Can I-
It was-
can I-
yeah, I mean,
Oh, it was there?
I read it this
It
afternoon.
was,
Can
that
I-
was not here before, but, go ahead,
Okay.
President.
What we've got
ahead,
is,
Howard.
and Jennifer's here if she needs to weigh in, but it appeared to me as, yeah, you're still choppy, Jennifer. We're on F. So if something is has to be responded to by the administration, it's forwarded to the superintendent, and the old procedure said, and then the superintendent then gives a response. A standard explanation should proceed, all right, so the old one said, the second sentence, a standard explanation, the reason for forwarding should precede the forwarding of any Gmail to the superintendent. And what I think Jennifer was adding is an acknowledgement of receipt by the board and a standard explanation. So what this, basically, if we're going to send it to the superintendent, 2 emails will come out of the organization. One is coming from the board saying, we got your email, thank you very much, we've sent it to the superintendent and he will respond. So it's a two-step process. And what this is just doing is making it very clear with an acknowledgement of the receipt by the board is the first response to the sender.
right.
And then the second one will come a few days later or so after the
That's what-
superintendent
right.
delegates.
It's making it more clear.
It's just making clear that it's
Right.
it's a two-step process, not a one.
Yeah.
Is it more clear?
No, it's not.
Maybe it's not, and that's fine if we don't put it in.
But that, is that, Lisa, is that the intent?
It might
That
not
was
be
the
less
intent.
clear.
If we can't figure out what the intent is.
It made it more clear for Jennifer. For me, I thought it was clear. I'm fine either way.
Look at Jennifer's
Yeah.
little.
Jennifer, can we make sure that the public can see what you're putting in chat?
Yeah, we can't write in the chat.
Can the public see it before you put, they cannot? Okay,
Yeah.
you can't put it in, I'm sorry.
Can't use the chat.
Or if she puts in the chat, we can read it as it comes in.
So is the intent of this for the board to have an action or the administration to have an action? Because if this is a board operating procedures and not an administrative operating procedures.
It's a board action, but.
But the two-way puts an onus on a party that's not a part of the board.
No,
Is that what I'm hearing you say?
Before you forward it to the superintendent, you, spokesperson, president, will send an email saying, Mrs. X, thank you for your email. I have forwarded it to the superintendent. He should get back to you within X amount of time with a response. That's all. We already did require that. This just makes it more clear. And it has nothing to do with putting more responsibility on the superintendent or whoever he or she may forward it to. That's administrative. This is just saying what part of it is the board responsibility. The board responsibility is to make that initial contact. I have forwarded your email to the superintendent. He or she will get back to you within X amount of time. That's it. I think we're overcomplicating it, maybe.
Okay, it makes sense to me.
Okay.
All right, do you like the red changes or not? I don't care either way,
Yeah, what was
That's
confusing
fine.
to me is there's red changes, but
Your verbal
the
explanation was.
previous version is not there, so I was confused as to what, because it just says, if you take the red out, it says standard explanation should proceed, like, and so what did it say before?
John, what I
Couldn't you
did
read
was,
what
I
it?
went to the old version, the new version, I printed out each one, so I had them and compared
I
them.
have them too.
We didn't use next time, if we use version in Word.
Track
You can see
changes.
the track changes, you can see the old and the new. I printed out the two myself.
Okay.
Your
It's fine.
verbal explanation, Lisa, was better. So I think your verbal explanation was better. So we can, I'm just saying.
all right. So what am I supposed to do?
So I think it's the acknowledgement of the receipt that, I'll send you some suggestions. It's an acknowledgement of the receipt.
Yeah, it could just be the ordering of the words.
Yeah, we'll send
All
you
right,
some suggestions.
please, whatever you want, instruct me to do, I will do, but just, can we agree, whatever it is? And
I think your
will-
verbal explanation points out what the intent is, and so I agree.
Okay. I'll have to try to remember what that was and recopy it.
Well, I remember, so I'll
Yeah,
send it
all
to
right.
you. I'll send you that one.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to J.
All right. J was Paul's. I'm going to let him explain it.
Well, I don't think you took everything, so I think the first part was mine. I don't know the second
I
part.
didn't do that, so if this wasn't reflective of what you wanted, start from square one. It's
Well,
fine
if the
with me.
spokesperson, so I'll read what I want, or I suggested. If the spokesperson or designee uses the names and title of a board member or employee of the district, the individual mentioned should be able to approve or veto the communication going out to the public, period. I don't know what the rest is. The spokesperson, I didn't do this. The spokesperson, their one-on-one communication determines who would like the communication to go out, and whoever decides will have their names associated with the communication. I don't know what that means.
All right, Paul, could you read your part slower, though, so I can?
I think it's the first sentence.
Oh, just the first.
First sentence, yeah, period. If the spokesperson or any designee uses the name or title of a board member or employee of the district, the individual mentioned should be able to approve or veto the communication going out to the public. So to interpret it is that if, as an example, if a communication going out to the community, just like one, went, and it uses my name or title in it, and I veto it, then I don't want my name associated with it going out from the Board of Education.
All right, so this is unclear to me, Paul. Do you mean veto your name going on the communication or veto the entire communication?
Well, I'm vetoing the entire communication, but I mean, I guess you as a board, less my name, has the right to send anything out, but I don't want my name associated with it.
So I guess my suggestion would be, back to your original point, is that maybe we look at if a person is mentioned has a right to request that their name be removed or in their title from the communication. I don't know about vetoing the communication going out in general, but maybe it would offer feedback on how to make changes to the publication, but I don't know about vetoing the full communication.
Correct. I mean, the spirit is, I don't want, if there's a communication that 6 people like, and I don't like because it's using my name or title, yes, I could say, can you make those changes? But if the spokesperson or the board disagrees, then fine, send it out, just don't associate my name.
Remove the name
Yep,
and title, is that what we're saying?
yep, correct.
Okay. I don't know who, Howard, just jump in.
Well, I'm trying to be.
I don't
I'm
know
trying
who's
to be
calling on
courteous.
people.
Trying to be
John,
courteous.
do you want to go?
No, it's, I mean, we're having an open discussion at this point. It's going well. If things degrade, I'll rein it back in, but go ahead, Howard.
Thank you. I think that the title is not owned by a person. That is a title, whether it's a, president, treasurer, secretary, trustee, superintendent. I mean, that is an official title of the organization. It isn't owned by any particular person.
It references a person.
It does, Howard.
It does.
It does. If I'm Superintendent Watson, and you send out a communication that says, our superintendent is now X, we already know you're talking about Pat Watson.
Does that
It is
mean?
it does.
So what I'm saying, though, is if the board wants to express itself and the superintendent about something the superintendent has done, not this superintendent, but a generic superintendent, does that mean that the board would not be able to send out any of that communication because the superintendent potentially would be vetoing it?
That's not what's being said here.
Name inclusion or title inclusion is what's.
That's what I'm saying. So if the board sends out something, the superintendent, did such and such and so and so. But the board wants to do that. And the board, what are you shaking your, I'm sorry.
No, I'm disagreeing. I'm not responding. I'm just disagreeing.
Okay, so that's saying if the board wants to say the superintendent did such and such, and the superintendent says you cannot send that out, the board would be prohibited from sending it out.
That isn't what we're saying.
The difference is.
I'm sorry, then I don't
I'm
understand.
sorry, I didn't mean.
Go ahead, it's fine.
The difference is, if a communication comes and says on behalf of the Board of Education, it's all 7 of us. So if I disagree with something in there because it uses my name or title, then I don't want it to be on behalf of the Board of Education. I want it to be on behalf of 6 people.
That's fair.
That's what I'm saying.
And Howard, just getting back to your point, there is a person associated with a particular role, right? If we were to say the previous superintendent in an email, it refers to a particular person. So to say there's no name or person associated with a title, I'm not sure I agree with that.
Okay. So let's do it this way. Right now, it says name or title or of board member or employee. So let's focus on what Paul was referring to, which is board member. So Paul would be happy with, if his name was mentioned, that the email would go out. It just would say it would be from 6 people, not from 7 people.
Correct, unless my suggested changes.
Exactly.
Were incorporated.
So all you're saying is it's just the signature at the bottom, not that the email would change unless we could consent, but if we couldn't get consensus, then the email could go out just as it was written. It just would say from 6 board members, not from 7 board members.
I don't necessarily agree with that point.
Well, I'm just saying, I'm trying to understand what Paul, from that piece, is just trying to see where Paul's head
All
is.
I'm saying is if it's particular, forget me, but any board member or employee has the right to say, well, remove my name, remove the title, or else don't have it come from the full board.
Okay.
from whoever approved it, right? It may not be all 6 either.
And I'm okay with that. Now, then moving on to, or employee of the district.
Well, hang on.
All right.
I don't
Sorry.
think we're agreed with that, right? So just going back to that first sentence, Michelle pointed out, that last phrase, veto the communication going out to the public, right? Or maybe that should say exclude that person from the communication going out to the public.
From the signature line.
Right? So maybe that's what that should say.
Jennifer's got a note.
You agree with that?
You can't do that, that's not.
No, we can't, I can't
You
say
can't,
that.
or.
No, that's not
Or maybe
inclusive,
it's
because
just one
people may not
person.
be able to read.
Jennifer, we're finding that you can't
You can't
communicate it.
translate,
You're
you
just
can't
gonna have to
translate
listen.
that into a
Sorry.
text.
No, you're still coming in garbled.
No.
I'm not sure about employee.
Well, let's work through the board first, right? Then we'll come to that one.
Yeah.
I guess my second caution is, for instance, if an email goes out on behalf of the Board of Education from our spokesperson, are all of our names listed at the bottom in the signature?
It says on behalf
It
of the
just,
Board of
yeah,
Education.
it just says Board of
So it's
Education.
assumed that it's all 7.
So, but I guess to my point is, it says on behalf of the Board of Education, because I may not have been able to read a communication, doesn't mean it's not an appropriate communication to go out. In some cases, there may not be appropriate communications that need to go out. However, I don't think we should restrict the communication from coming from the board if it's a necessity communication that needs to go out.
That's an excellent point.
But I-
Because what the spokesperson really, the definition is to deal with urgent issues where there isn't time for collaboration, like if there's a press release that has to go out immediately. This would really tie the hands of the spokesperson.
So
But-
should oh, sorry, Paul, you want to go?
No, I was just going to say, so in the example that I'm using that's caused this is that communication that went out to 10,000 people that only a few board members read, and it used my name and title in there, and I was highly offended by it. So I think that at least that person has the right to comment, and if nothing changed, then I reiterated, my name should have been pulled off the communication.
So to that point, could it be a process that we change? And if our spokesperson is our spokesperson, should we move to a process that doesn't say from the Board of Education, but from the president of the board?
That was my idea. Love that. Yep. And that just, I think that's the way it should be done anyway. I just think that's a proper communication, because a salutation from any communication is a human being. It's not a board of 7, unless you list the names of all 7. So I like that better anyway.
And I think the other piece too is when you have a person who's attached to the communication, should there be questions, now you have a
Right.
person you can communicate with as opposed to directing it towards other individuals.
That would be
So-
my vote, yep.
I know, I'm just, and as
And really,
president,
maybe
you should
that's
have a little
the-
bit more authority on vetoing some of that
Yeah,
information.
maybe that's the answer. We just change the ending to these, instead of signing off emails and communication, the board, it should read Jennifer Matlow, President and Spokesperson, Bloomfield Hills Board of Education.
The only question I have with that is, let's say, I get general emails that go out, things that are necessity, but let's just say, as an example, I'm not saying anyone, but in the future, an email which goes out, a specific board member is really offended by the content in it and objects, or I guess what we're saying now is they have exclusivity to send out whatever.
No.
I mean, so, when, and again, I can go back to the email that went out to the community. I was highly offended by it, but I'm just saying, when can us as a board step in and say, I think that's inappropriate? And does that spokesperson still have the right to just send it out?
I agree with you, Paul. I
Okay.
agree with you.
General board policy is that 4 votes override other people. So yes, in the interim, while we don't have a meeting, maybe we follow this rule, but if we actually are sitting at a board table like this, and 4 people or more want to send a certain email out, and if one person objects, then we would have a vote. And if there were 4 or more votes, the majority prevails.
And again, just going back.
There is no procedure for a veto. I mean, this is not the Security Council of the UN, where you have a veto power. There is no veto power in school boards.
But you go back to that again, a communication that went out to 10,000 individuals was pushed hard by our spokesperson to go out a certain evening without the rest of the board even having a chance to look at it.
And that's what I'm saying. If it's between board meetings, there's one set of rules, but if we're actually in a board table, a meeting like this, majority rules.
All right, I just want to say before we go further, I'm not sure that that's a correct characterization of what happened.
Okay, so.
But let's continue the
Sticking on
discussion.
topic, go ahead.
Fair point. I think if the spokesperson is sending out an email on behalf of the board, then maybe there's got to be some kind of rule that says at least a majority should have responded before the email can go out.
I don't know that that fits into this particular situation.
Right, that is a new rule, that's another rule. And there are logistics issues with that in terms of turnaround time and things like that, but that's something we can
So
discuss.
there are 2 issues from that episode, right? One was time for
I got
adequate
just so you
feedback.
know, I got a note from Vicky. We all have to be very careful to speak into the microphone.
Okay.
Sorry, Vicki.
So there's really 2 issues. One is getting adequate feedback before a communication goes out from the board. That is an issue that I think we need to document and or put rules around. And 2, the issue of a person, of a board member, as referred to in J, right? Who disagrees with the message, right?
Can I just say one thing as well? I've been a parent in this district for 20-plus years. I can probably count on one hand how many times the board alone has sent an email out to the community. It's very rare that that happens.
What do you mean?
I don't know.
I mean, normally, an email to the community on listserv, on the general listserv, it is sometimes a joint message with the superintendent. I don't remember, but for this, the last time that an email went through the
I do,
larger
a week
message.
ago, to 10,000 residents.
Right, but for that.
And that was offensive to me.
Okay, but it's rare that that happens, so we
Well,
can
it did.
continue. Right, but I also want to
okay.
distinguish
All right. Let's
between
get back
an
to-
email.
let's get back
that-
to
right,
business.
But let's, in the vein of letter J, I think we need to distinguish between an email sent to the board that's critical of another board member, of a particular board member, as opposed to an email that's critical of an action the entire board took.
But I think to the point is using a person's name, regardless of if a situation is critical, you can communicate an instance without having to target a person. And so I think that's what Paul is asking, is that we look at making sure that if we are sending out a communication, and I'm just saying that the spokesperson can send a communication if going back to Silva's point, if a majority of us have a chance to read the communication. I know you're saying I don't know if that's possible, but I think that we should be able
All
to see.
right, but I also want to caution, if there's going to be back and forth, that's deliberation, which is going to require us to do that in an open meeting.
And I was thinking the same thing. That's why we
I didn't
have
say-
the
I
rule
didn't-
of there's a spokesman
I did not
of the
say-
board
I did not
to avoid
say-
the OMA violation.
I didn't say
issue.
it back and forth. I said review the communication.
It's the same thing, because you're looking for concurrence. Do you agree? Thumbs up, thumbs down, and that's
So
deliberation.
what are you doing now?
That's why you have a spokesman between board meetings, such that you delegate that responsibility, because we are not sitting in a room deciding, and we're doing it through email, and that's chain email, and that's OMA violation. So that's why you have the spokesman process. And to do the spokesman process and president is based on trust.
Well, here, my concern with the language that we have presently, and I want to say this in a way that's not offensive to Paul, but in a lot of the things that have happened in the last couple of weeks, there's been a refusal to even edit any communications in any fashion. And so if there's simply a scenario where we put it in the rules that one person can veto communications, I think that goes too far. And I think that's kind of what Michelle was saying earlier. So I'm not sure that this language is properly kind of worked out, but I also agree with Paul that if your name or your title is in a communication, you should have the ability to look at it, but I don't think that you would get point blank, just carte blanche veto power.
Well, I think it's different. I'm not vetoing the communication. I'm just saying if any one of our names are in it or title, then just it should be pulled out. It shouldn't make reference. I mean, we could send out communications to the community without highlighting any one particular individual. That's my point. And the last couple of ones that have gone out have highlighted me.
So if you send me a communication and I say, send me your feedback, that's a one-way communication. That's between me and that person I'm sending the feedback to. Nothing states that I cannot review a document and send you my one-way communication with my suggestion if there is a change required. I am not sending a group email.
I'm going to recant what I said a few minutes ago, because you're right. A board member per OMA can canvass as long as it's going one way, or two-way. So one person, the president, can consolidate the feeling of the board, and that's perfectly valid within OMA.
Do we want to make a distinction, because it says going out to the public? Do we want to make a distinction between an email that's mass emailed or just an individual?
I don't think there's a distinction. I wouldn't want anyone's name go out to an individual or to the public or title. I mean, we could send communications that go out that are just general, that get our point across without highlighting anyone or their title.
Well, here's the problem with that, is that we get emails referencing individuals and titles. And so in order to respond to those emails, it makes it very difficult to respond when you don't also reference the individual or the title that person referenced in their email to the board. And so therein lies the problem, that we can't even respond to those emails
That's true.
appropriately without referencing. And then when we do reference, or the spokesperson references, this just opens a whole can of worms, is what I'm saying.
Again, I think we just got to use our judgment. Yes, I understand what you're saying. I mean, when we go back to that, the incident is, again, Monday, at least a few of us didn't even have a chance to look at it before it went out to 10,000 people. All I'm saying is, let the person whose name and title's in there comments, let everyone have a chance to look at the comments and either agree or disagree, and then whatever, just say, let's send it out, 6 people, not the full board or the spokesperson's name, and just use our common sense and common courtesy as a board.
And I agree when it comes to any type of pre-planned public communication. A response to an individual email, I think we need to distinguish that. That's all I'm saying here.
That's fine.
But I do think,
I don't know that we're going to be able to rework the writing on
Can I make a
this.
suggestion?
Certainly.
Okay, so I'm trying my best here, Paul.
That's fine.
To rewrite, and then I can't even see my own writing. So the spokesperson or designee using the name, oh wait, that's, okay, I come back. Should refrain from using the name or title of a board member or employee during outgoing communication or for outgoing communication, unless an individual email in response to the public.
That's fine.
Okay, can you send that to Lisa with the rest of it that we're working on? And,
We'll bring it up the next meeting.
right.
I mean,
so-
Paul seems comfortable with that as an option.
Fine. It sounds good as a compromise. Yep, that's
Okay.
good.
But what if the issue at stake is the behavior and we are forced to address that?
But you're just not using a person's name. That's all we're asking, is that the name not be used, not that an issue can't be addressed. But I wouldn't want for you to send an email saying, Michelle Southward has done X.
All right.
Right.
If I'm no longer here, I mean, I guess I can't make that change, but I'm here, I will prefer you not.
All right, so
Okay.
I'm just going to ask whoever, can it be worded specifically?
I'll send it to you, Jay, too.
All right, why don't you send it to Paul and make sure he's okay with it first? And then if that's all right, then I can bring it up for the,
That makes sense.
And I would also ask the superintendent, because we're talking about board members, and that's our realm, but where we talk about employee of the district, I'd like to make sure that the superintendent is happy with the wording of that.
I don't think we should
Well-
ever be mentioning employees in
Well,
emails,
I just want to,
period.
just want to get the superintendent's,
I
I mean, we can have situations where employees do things, I mean, districts do.
And that would be the superintendent's email to send.
But the superintendent is an employee of the district, so even if in our communication, we're mentioning Pat Watson, he is still an employee of the district. So we have to also be mindful that we're also not necessarily talking about Pat's team, but if we have a communication that goes out and it says something about our superintendent, that we should be mindful of that too.
Because I mean, not in the current situation, of course, but there are situations, I think they just went through it in TCAPS in Traverse City, where the superintendent and the school board got into a legal battle, and there were lawsuits going back and forth.
Why are we talking about another district in our meeting?
Because,
I don't think that's appropriate. This is videotape.
Okay.
Can I make a statement, please, sir?
Can we move on to?
No, what I'm
Maybe we
saying
change
is.
employee
you can-
superintendent.
you
How's
can-
that?
You can get into legal battles, and therefore this would tie the district's hands, the board's hands, in that kind of a legal situation in the future. Not now, obviously, but it can happen, and it does happen. It happened in Farmington Hills, it happened, or in Farmington, it happened in Traverse City, it happens.
We don't want
All right.
to, we don't want to name districts.
You
so-
I
can,
don't know why we're naming districts in a meeting that's being videotaped.
you can
It's a
explain
fact.
this at another time as to how this relates to what we're talking about?
What I'm saying is whether the employee of the district should be included in this, Bob.
Maybe we can change employee to superintendent, since every other employee would be the superintendent's call to send any kind of communication
But I don't know whether
surrounding
we
that
should
person.
have the superintendent have the veto power over us, the board, sending out an email.
We're not saying if
We're not,
veto.
yeah, we're not
We're
giving
not
veto
talking
power.
about-
Nobody has
veto
veto power.
We're
Well, I have to
giving
see- I have to see the
the
rewrite.
superintendent and every board member has the same
Now I got to write it down before I forget.
rights
Yeah.
Okay.
that Michelle's going to include.
Yeah.
Let me see the rewrite.
I had a goal of getting us out of here at 10 o'clock. It's now
Good
10:15,
goal.
so we are moving on to Board Business 8C. Update on student board intern and advisory committee
So,
conference
wait,
travel.
Let me just go back. So the things that we did agree with here, because there were some of them that were fine. are we
I
gonna-
noted all of it, Howard.
So we're going to.
We'll handle
Even
it
the ones
all.
that we agreed on, we're going to do at the next meeting? Or,
This was just to talk about them. We weren't taking a vote anyway, so.
oh, we're not
I'll-
taking a vote? Oh, okay. I thought
Right.
we were taking a vote.
We're not.
Oh, it says approval of
Yeah, we
revisions.
were, okay, sorry, we were, but let's
Okay.
not, we'll take a vote on all of it.
Cool.
Is
all right,
someone presenting this update?
What is this?
Well, this is, at the last study session, the issue came up of whether it would be possible for our interns to maybe take this trip to DC. And I know that Superintendent Watson has a bunch of information. I have a little bit to add to it. I don't know, Superintendent Watson, do you want to fill us in on what you've found out about this, and then I'll fill in the holes if there are any?
Yeah. Traditionally, students don't go to the National Board Association meeting. It's kind of set up for people that are 21 and older with a focus on how to become better board members. Clarkston did send a couple students, I believe 4 or 5 years ago, but otherwise, no other delegations have sent students down. So I guess my wonder is, what type of training or opportunities are we looking for students? Are they more leadership opportunities or more opportunities to learn more about becoming a board member?
So I've been to I've been to Washington, D.C. Students have been through, I know robotics have done advocacy. I mean, that the whole trip is advocacy. Can you just explain when we say they can't go or they shouldn't go? Like, I don't understand the why.
I can tell you what I found from the housing department, or the housing committee. They need to be 18 before they can stay in a hotel room, or they must be accompanied by a chaperone.
So why can't we bring a chaperone with them?
To clarify, I didn't say they couldn't go.
Right.
No, I'm just understanding, like students have been to DC, whether it's with certain other, like robotics or other organizations, advocacy. Students have been to MSU and various clubs, whether it's Model UN with chaperones, DECA, I've been there, I've chaperoned. So why can't we?
Are you saying, are you talking specifically about the NSBA Advocacy Institute, or are you talking about going to Washington in general?
The NSBA Advocacy Institute and any other opportunities that students can gain for advocacy.
Well, any other, I mean, there are lots of venues, such as you said, the robotics, they go down. There are other places that are designed for students to go, but the NSBA Advocacy Institute is designed for board members.
I've been to it. I think
who are 18 years older or older.
I've been to those events.
I understand that.
I don't think personally, and if they're saying it's just a rule 18 years and older and there's nothing we can do about it.
They're not saying that.
I think it'd be worthwhile for our students to go. I think a lot of it, it's meeting legislators, learning about advocacy. I think it'd be worthwhile for them.
But NSBA, I think you called NSBA, right?
All right, let me be clear. Superintendent Watson, from the shared document that we all had a chance to look at, and I am saying it's not impossible. It's just not the most appropriate trip for their needs and for their growth and development as leaders and as student board leaders. We can certainly find an out-of-state trip that they can take that's geared toward leadership of very mature and very intelligent and very articulate young adults that would be appropriate for them. This has a lot of logistics nightmares. One main one being the hotel that hosts the conference will require them to be accompanied by a chaperone.
Okay, so we get a
Sorry,
chaperone.
Can I stop for a minute? Because I think maybe our interns have something to say, and I would invite them to come to the podium and maybe give us some insight if in case there is information that I'm not aware of. And also, Paul, while they're walking up here, I spoke to the director of the housing committee for this particular conference.
They also have exams the following week.
Yeah, I mean,
Why don't you introduce yourself so people can know who you are, and
You do need to speak into the mic, though, a little closer.
Sorry. I'm Natalie Simone. I'm a junior, and I'm one of the School Board Advisory Council representatives.
I'm Ali Alam. I'm a senior. I'm also one of the board advisory members.
We just wanted to add some comments. We have discussed it among ourselves, and I know Heather's mom said that she would love to come with us, and she is willing to pay for herself, so that's not like school funded. So we do have a chaperone, guys. And also, we were thinking it would be kind of interesting to experience lobbying. I don't know, Ali, if you want to talk a little bit more about that.
Yeah, so from the way Mr. Barron explained it at the study session, it would be sort of like an opportunity for us to like experience, talking to legislators and talking to policymakers on policies that we actually want to see implemented. And so I think it would actually be a really productive use of our time, and it would be a productive way for us to learn about leadership, because ultimately that is what leadership is. It's to put forward solutions for the betterment of the school district. And so I think ultimately the student voice is really important in that, and to arbitrarily say that we have to be 18 or older or 21 or older is flawed in my opinion.
No, it is flawed in that you certainly have ideas to share. You only have to be 18 to have a room by yourself in this particular hotel. I cannot say that enough. You are plenty old enough to have very articulate and insightful things to share.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Howard.
The Washington trip has many different pieces to it. There's a equity conference on Saturday, then there's an NSBA conference on Sunday and Monday that is sponsored by NSBA, and then on Tuesday when we go to the Hill, all those meetings are coordinated by David Randalls at Oakland Schools. He determines, with a consensus of all districts that go, and maybe let's say 12 districts go, we can have up to 20 or 25 people, school board members, going. The rooms that we have to go into are very small. And very often there are people who can't end up going into the rooms with the Congress people because there's limited capacity. That is all coordinated by David Randalls and Oakland Schools. So if we are going to bring students, number one, we have to get David Randall's approval. And second, if we bring students, other districts might bring students, and now all of a sudden we're talking about 40 or 50 people going. And you've got a conference room that might be as big as this area here, within this horseshoe. So it's 10 pounds in a 5-pound sack. It just doesn't work. So there are logistics issues on the Tuesday when we actually go to the Hill. Now, the Sunday and Monday, that's really up to NSBA in terms of paying the registration fee and allowing the students in. And if they say that you have to be an elected school board member to attend the conference, then it excludes
No,
students.
they did not say
because
that.
every school district in the country could consider this, and now all of a sudden, instead of an 800-person conference, you're talking about a 1,500 or 2,000-person
And wouldn't that be
conference.
awesome if that happened?
Then they should accommodate the
Well, but
students.
that's up to, it's not our conference, it's NSBA, so
No,
we'd have to
but
talk
if
to
I was an
NSBA.
elected official and there were high school students that wanted to get into a meeting, they would take top priority to me.
Well, I'm not, what I'm saying is, it's not our call. Paul, would you call NSBA and confirm with them that this is an acceptable process? If it is,
I'd call them and I'd lobby, night and day to make sure they go as opposed to board members. I think they're more valuable. I think legislators would listen to them more. And I think they're, our board interns are articulate. I would rather them go than any one of us.
you want to make, so could you make that phone call to NSBA? and see what-
Absolutely.
All right, Heather has something to say.
You don't have to get angry.
Okay, okay.
I'm getting angry.
Sean.
I'm getting passionate.
All right, I appreciate your passion and I appreciate your comments. Let's listen to Heather.
Hi, okay, I think I have to introduce myself again. So I'm the board intern along with Leena. I just want to go on the point about lobbying. This is something that we're all really excited about. And I know Paul was mentioning that we have had the robotics team do an advocacy conference. And so in my sophomore year, I personally set up meetings with all senators and representatives in Michigan on my own. So if we want to if we're really worried about capacity within meetings, I mean, we have experience here to do that on our own. We just need to get there, and we can sort of run our own agenda as well. So,
And
we're willing
I
to
love
do
that
too.
idea. We can set up our own advocacy institute. We could set up our own trip to Washington, D.C., and have the entire group go with adult chaperones. I'd be glad to do that. We could set up the meetings with all the all the U.S. representatives and all the Congress people. We don't have to worry about NSBA
But
at
I
all.
think there's
We can
something.
do our own, we can
I
do it
think there's something
ourselves.
powerful for them about being part of a collective group of advocates.
Well, that's NSBA's call. It's not our conference. It's their
Right,
conference.
there's not a restriction from NSBA. They have had students do this
Well, they've had
before.
students, I've been there. Most of the students have been that have participated in performances, or, they're invited guests to be representatives. They're not coming from the
That's
individual
not-
school boards.
All right, we
Okay.
can clarify that's not the intent.
Yeah.
May I ask a quick question? How many of you would like to go?
Probably all of us.
Yeah.
We are very excited.
We have talked about this extensively.
And I'm
with Mr.
sure
Watson,
they,
too.
and I'm sure they don't need to stay in the
In the expensive
350 a night hotel. I'm sure they can find some more inexpensive option.
And if you're going as part of the district, you certainly would not have to pay. This is something the district would pay for.
Right. Well, can I ask you something?
Logistically,
I know
what is
that, I'm not questioning anyone's time management or study skills. Are exams going to be a problem? Timing of?
We can make it work.
Yeah,
Okay.
first of all, I think a lot of students take trips with their family throughout the school year, and there are ways that you can go to teachers. And I think, I don't want to speak for all of the board, but I think, as an advisory board, generally we are pretty on top of things. Generally, to be here in the first place, we have to have pretty good time management skills. We are here on a Thursday night and still doing well on our exams right now.
I would never second guess any of it. That's a
So-
given. If you tell me it's not a problem,
Yeah, it's-
end of discussion.
Okay,
That type of thing would definitely not be a problem.
Who else votes yes?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
I don't know if we're voting. I don't know if we're voting, but it seems like a,
When you say
you know,
probably
seems like a
all of you
one-vote
want to
vote.
go, have you discussed this in your, probably 99% sure, or probably 51%?
John?
We can look over it again, but at least
all of us.
yes,
want it.
at least the ones that I was here today.
And
so
the
it's
rest
five
of the
us.
people have expressed interest, so we can discuss a for sure thing, but it is pretty likely that all of us or most
Can
of us
you
will end up going.
Get to work on figuring out all the things that we want to know as far as, and then Paul can make a couple calls. But do we know how many chaperones are needed per person? Is there
We need some logistics.
My recommendation would be a minimum of 2 chaperones going.
2?
We have 2 interested chaperones. Lena's mom is interested as well.
Okay, so we have 2 chaperones.
And then Howard will be there too, so that's 3
I
people.
don't trust him.
But
Typically,
No, I mean, that's a third person, is what I'm saying.
typically, in my experience of taking students out of state, there's a strict schedule that's kept. And if they're there to be part of the functions, the goal is to be part of the functions and not have a separate itinerary, but to be involved in whatever they can be involved in. And then, it's very important, and I don't really need to say it, but I'll put it out there as just a reminder, all the school rules apply because this will be a school-sponsored trip.
Do you have to have a school official attend? Is that a
Howard.
requirement?
Typically, yes,
an employee, you're saying?
Oh, yeah, an employee.
or typically, yes, an employee would travel with the students because it is a school-sponsored trip.
And the school is insuring, it's covered by the
Right,
school insurance.
there's also the insurance issue.
Mr. Superintendent, so if this is moving forward, we need to get confirmation from National School Board Association in writing that it's permitted, and also from David Randalls, because he is the chaperone for the whole process.
So is it a 2-part question? I'm trying to make sure I understand.
Well,
Is the question number 1, are they allowed to go? And question number 2 is, what can they actually participate in while in DC?
From both, so that there are certain functions that are under the auspices of NSBA, and there are certain functions that are under the auspices of David Randalls.
So to clarify, Trustee Barron, One, can they go? Two, if
Can they go under NSBA's rules, and can they
Correct.
go under David Randall's rules?
And then two, what can they actually be involved in?
True.
I'm trying to understand the question so I can get clarification. All right,
But
thank
I'm
you.
just saying, there are
Again,
two controlling organizations in this.
Right, and
Got
what
it.
the ask of the board is the, the financial part as well. So we have to determine
Well-
a budget for all that as well.
And to the interns, do you have an idea of maybe a staff member that might be interested in chaperoning?
I'm sure
Z, it sounds like you've already got someone lined up.
Mr. McLeod?
I'm sure we will be able to find staff members who would be interested. I know we're all a part of a bunch of different extracurricular activities, and I'm sure we can find one sort of club sponsor who would be willing to come with us. And also, are there like any other things that we should figure out as an advisory council? So like other than who is for sure wanting to come, is there like any other questions we should answer?
That is awesome. I just want
me
to say
too.
that I appreciate you, and you, that was just amazing. You're like, okay, we need to
Thank
know
you
what
for
we need to
raising your
know.
hand, and I know you're going to be good advocates because you just advocated really well tonight. I would say I only went once, and it was virtual, so I didn't get the full Washington experience. I only was able to go because
I will
it
tell you, there was
virtual.
one-
But I think you might want to be part of the process where the district defines some of the issues that are laid out. There are some predefined lobbying issues that we focus on, and they're generally really, we could talk about that later, but you would probably want to be part of those initial meetings, so you'll be able to hone in on a message that's more powerful when, there are more people that can be behind it, and your voice would probably lead that, so.
I'm going to go around, I'm going to go Paul first.
Yeah, so to Lisa's point, so I've gone, I think I've gone twice. So yeah, to Howard's point, there's an equity symposium, which I think would be very viable for you guys to attend that. There's, for the 2 days before they go up to the Hill, there's speakers, there's about learning about advocacy, which I think is viable for you guys to learn about, sort of grassroots advocacy. And then on the Hill, they have scheduled, I am positive that some board members would step back from this small room if they had students in there meeting with some of our local legislators, which many of you have already met and would probably appreciate you guys being in the room as opposed to some of the board members. And then the final day, I know me and Howard, there's, events. I forget one time we went to like the embassy. I think all of it is viable for students, especially if you've never went. to go up
That's
there.
great points, and especially the learning about how to advocate. I got a small bit of that, and that was the most valuable thing I got doing it online. So that will be really good, I think, for students
okay.
to be part of that.
That's okay, Lisa. We'll come back to you again.
Oh, sorry. I'm really excited about them going.
I just have a few suggestions for you. So when you ask the questions about things that you should consider, I would say when you're having a conversation with one another, look at, you want to make sure that if there are accommodations that are necessary for your group, like meaning if there's a person that needs a certain thing that's required while they're on the trip, right, that's accommodated. Second, I would say, as you're having a conversation with one another, making sure that you're able to all commit to the exact same amount of time, right? And so that not one person is traveling or expecting to come back early. You know what I mean? So you're working out those types of logistics together, so.
And so just a question on that. So just to clarify, it's from, is it Saturday to Tuesday, or what exactly is the
It can
timeline?
be, it starts, like, that equity symposium is Saturday.
It's one day.
So it's so you'll be there Saturday and then Sunday, and then it could be Monday, Tuesday, meaning Tuesday's a day on the Hill where you meet with the legislators. You can come back Tuesday night, or you can stay an extra day and they go through, you go to like an embassy or whatever. But in terms of if you're worried about, or everyone's worried about, school, 2 days is probably the key to be there, and then you can come back Tuesday night.
Howard?
Not speaking for David Randall's, but I think what might work well is if NSBA permits them to be part of this symposium at the hotel, that we ask David to set up a separate session with the Congress people to just have it Bloomfield people. Because otherwise you're trying to fit everyone into with the other districts in the area. But if we set up a separate, if David's can do this and set up a separate meeting with Andy Levin, with Brenda Lawrence, with Haley Stevens, with Gary Peters, with Debbie Stabenow, and because we'd have 6 or 8 people. I mean, that's a large group of people with some of these people, with some of these Congress people. So, you know, we can't shoehorn ourselves in and getting Berkeley and West Bloomfield and Birmingham not to attend the meetings because Bloomfield is bringing 6 or 8 people in their contingent.
Or as they
So we just asked David to set up a separate meeting.
Or as they articulated, they could set up their own meetings.
Or they could set up an addition to.
Well,
not
there
instead of.
are logistics issues. There are people who know how to make these phone calls with the schedulers.
They've done
If they can,
I would say that we just need to,
David has been doing it for all of us. He knows how to do it.
They've done it.
let's trust our students, and
Okay.
they've said they've been able to do it, so we want to,
But if they want to do it separately from from David Randall's and Oakland Schools, I think that works perfectly.
and they'll work out the logistics with Pat and their 2 chaperones, and so if they're able to make those things happen, I'm fully, trusting that you all are able to do it.
One other piece of information. National School Board Association, you might have heard me mention in the last meeting, gives us homework. They give us like a 20-page package of material to prepare us and gives us talking points and things to discuss with the Congress people. So it gives you a little bit of a framework to go in and what's called what the ask is. What are you wanting out of the congressperson? Realize these meetings are only about 15 minutes long because the Congress people are very busy. So they come in, you only have a very limited time with them, and then they head off to another meeting.
I would imagine they're excited to read that.
I'm sorry?
I think they're excited to read.
We are very excited to read
And
about
so-
policy.
So
I think they'll be fine.
I have a final question.
Laying out
before-
how the process works.
I have a final question before we move on. What was that date for the early registration that where we would get some sort of discount? Is that coming up?
$100 off.
I think it's over the next few weeks.
we've blown the
It's about
bucket
2 or 3
already.
weeks from now.
Hey, that's the difference between $1,000. That makes a difference between
Yeah, when you
the
got
extra
10
place you
people
can
going.
No, I
Uber.
get it. No, you're right.
Oh,
That's
transportation logistics, don't think about that. I'll forget
I
about
don't know when
that.
the
too.
early bird is.
I'll tell you in a second.
I just wanted to say on behalf of the student interns, the advisory council, that we understand that this is going to be a lot of work and we're willing to help in any way to make sure that this happens and.
Oh, you're going to be doing a lot of
Yeah.
work.
So-
The early,
We've seen your presentations. We know you guys can do a lot of work.
the early bird deadline is November 19th, so it's a month from now.
All right, so we got time.
Your enthusiasm is just like amazing. I appreciate it.
Yeah, you don't have to wait for a meeting to get started. So
No.
I'm sure that now that you've got.
We already
You
voted.
do realize that I mean, to their credit, the people who went out robotics, they did lobby, and I know there was a grant for like $250,000 for STEM research after they came back and did some advocacy that year. I do recall Heather that year. So what they do works.
And this would be a chance for you to wear your cool shirts.
And they're going to come back with like 300 bus drivers.
Exactly. $10.8 million allocated.
And imagine what this will say, that we're investing in our students and not necessarily, it's important for you all to have the
It's for the students, so this will be a trend that hopefully other boards down the road will start doing as well. It'll be more students there and less of us.
One last comment by Howard.
Well, less, more, same.
the process.
Did you have something to say, Howard?
I'm just trying to work out the logistics of this. So if the deadline is the 19th and our next board meeting is on the 4th, and after that, it's the 18th, which is getting a little tight, can the superintendent work out all these logistics and then bring us back a proposal for how many, who would be going, how much it would cost? And if we could get that information in 2 weeks by the 4th, then the board could vote and we can go forward.
Yeah, I agree, we don't need to.
But, okay, so is the district going to pay for this?
Well, so under letter D, we have a discussion about budget. I just added, maybe we could say after Board of Education and student intern / council budget. We could talk about both tonight, so we don't hold it up the process with that.
I don't think that our superintendent would use our funds in an ill way and not
No.
be.
Oh,
So I don't know if, I would be in support of just voting today and say we support the
Yeah,
students and
yeah.
and Pat Watson.
So Pat can make the decision in terms of how many.
I
Fine.
don't know what the rules are as far as using district funds on students, so I'd have to do a little research on that and see
That's
what
fine.
is allowable and what's not. I don't know that off the top of my head.
That's fine with me, but.
And as I said, we have to work through NSBA and David Randall's, and there's logistics that have to be kind of figured out.
Between the parent community and whatever, we could find the way to get the funds to get them to go.
I
We'll
just
worry
don't
about
know,
that part.
yeah.
You guys
But for
start
equity
planning where you wanna-
equity purposes, this should be coming out of the district's funds.
That's fine.
If we can, we've already.
If we can, yeah.
Well, it shouldn't be a question. I mean, if this is a
I s-
district-sponsored
I
function,
didn't-
it should be paid for by the district.
Right, I just don't know.
I mean, assuming it's legal, obviously.
Right,
DC
that's
trips
what-
for
I
students
don't
are
know.
also district-sponsored
Duh.
trips. and Students have to pay for their trips to DC. So we want to make sure we're not in violation of any use of funding. We want to maintain our 22 years.
But this is advocating for the district. This is not for student enrichment as much as this is advocating for the district to.
Tomato, though.
We'll look into it and we'll figure it out.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
if not, then, Paul's going to rally behind and get some money.
Rally and I'll get some funds.
Thank you
Okay,
very
thank-
much for
Thank you very
stepping
much.
up impromptu.
Thanks for staying around. It's 11:15.
Yeah, let's,
And still going.
Oh, my goodness.
okay, so 8D, establishment of board member professional development budget.
I could begin the discussion. So we talked about this in the committee of the whole, about whether or not, I mean, in the past, we had, there was whatever, unlimited budget. Michelle brought up an excellent point, her organization, which is in education, had about, $1,500 per person. So my suggestion would be for each board member to use at their discretion would be $2,000, per year, which would cover conference fees, incidentals, hotel. And then again, I'm not saying it doesn't prevent us from going to these places. It just means, just like any organization, you just got to be conscious of cost. So if Washington is $350 a night for a hotel room, I would have the option, if I wanted to go there, I can try to find a hotel that's cheaper. I have to stay within my budget. Anything above the budget, I would pay out of pocket. That's what a lot of organizations do. That would be my suggestion.
Could I
Well-
suggest an alternative?
Yep.
I think we ought to consider 2,000 per person and 14,000 for the board as a whole, right? With the caveat that if one particular member is not going to use up a portion of their budget, that the board collectively can make a vote to send one or two members to DC, or wherever, if it's going past the 2,000.
You mean?
Okay,
So
we all have to,
we can't-
Paul, you have to talk in the microphone. Vicky's waving.
Sorry,
We
Vicky.
cap our budget at 14,000 for the board, or 2,000 per person. And then if any one person goes about 2,000, then the board gets to vote on whether we let that person use up some of the.
Yeah, no, I get
board's
what you're
budget.
saying. So if Siva, you as an example, you're busy, all right, I'll use me as an example. I'm busy at work and I don't use up $2,000. So that can go into a fund for another board member.
That's right.
Which is fine. That's fair. It's 2,000,
Yeah.
it's same number, 14,000 as a whole.
I don't mind the number, although it's actually more than we've spent, but that's okay. But I do like it as a collective number and not attached to individual board members. Howard and I surveyed CSBA members, I don't know, do you have your tally? And we asked what they did on their boards in terms of budgets for professional development. And it was really the gamut, but there wasn't any that had an individual limit attached to, because, as a board, when we send one person, they are supposed to bring back information for all of us. And so we all benefit from having a person, two people go to something. That's different than, maybe individuals that aren't part of a board, so.
I mean, I get it. If a couple people don't use it up, then, it would go to the person who's, using it. But if one year, particularly all of us, use $2,000, and that person's stuck with $2,000.
Yep, that sounds fair.
And I also, I'm just sorry, I know you, I don't, because we are a school district and we have to encourage learning and professional development, I mean, that's what we do with our students. I'm opposed to there being a hard, fast line. I mean, maybe that is a budget that we try to stick to, but there could be instances where there's a learning opportunity, or professional development, or an advocacy opportunity that we all agree with. I'm worried
At any
about
time
being
we can
too
vote
exact.
to change the rules, but in the last 6 years, we haven't spent more than $12,000. The average amount that's been spent is $8,833 as per the communication. And so I think $14,000 is a reasonable budget and I don't expect us to exceed that. However, if there's some amazing opportunity, we can call for a vote on it.
Correct.
I'm concerned about what we're promising the students, given the fact that we may not be able to pay for it with district funds. So just keep that in mind. Let's not make false promises just because we're excited, okay? So.
I think we, again, for that, and I know we're past that now, I think we just look into all the logistics, and we do, and I think we all agree, we do best we can to make it happen, right? So to your point, Civis point, or Lisa, Civis point, yes, 14,000 max as a collective, $2,000 per person. We'll see how it falls out. We don't want, my only point about this is, I agree, PD is great, worthwhile. We just got to be conscious. Like, again, I think, personally, I've been to Washington, D.C. twice. Did I need to stay at the $350 a night hotel? No. I'm just saying, we need to be conscious of cost. I mean, we ask our buildings to work with a budget. I think we need to work with a budget and be conscious. So you can go to D.C., you go to MSAB, you go all these conferences. Just got to be conscious of those incidentals. A flight's a flight. I'm sure we're all, Howard or me or whoever going somewhere, you can find a cheap flight. Hotels, less. It was great staying in a $350 a night hotel. Did we need to? Probably not.
Paul, that's a great point. And I think historically, it's been the DC trip that's really been the expensive one.
Yes, correct.
So maybe we want to address parameters on that. For example, to me, the most important thing was learning how to advocate. So I don't know, this year we only had one that wanted to go, but if there had been more than one, I think maybe we should write in there that we give priority to someone who's never been before.
Correct. And then again, what other organizations do, and similar to when, like Model UN or they do trips, you double up in rooms. I'm just saying, I mean, you have to be conscious of costs. I mean, the conference fee is the conference fee, I get that, the flight's the flight. Where you can save money, where it becomes extraordinary, is hotel.
Howard.
Pat, are there rules that the district has on how to file an expense report and what costs are reasonable within them? Do you know, or maybe Tina can speak to that?
I do not know, but let me write down the question and we can get back with you regarding that.
Tina's back there. Maybe she can help advise us?
It's late, let's don't put her on the
We don't need an answer now.
She wasn't asked to present on this, so I'm not going to ask her to come up
Okay.
and put her on the spot.
I mean, Paul's
So,
making a point.
Trustee Barron, if I could get the question from you again so I can write it
Sure.
down?
What the travel rules that the school district has in terms of what is a reasonable cost for travel, hotels, and meals?
This is, I mean, I'm not saying that you shouldn't have this information, but
we are establishing our own rules. My question is, where are these rules going to be housed? So if we vote to make a budget, where does the budget go? What document do we put it in?
I'm saying it,
Treasurer's report, because it does say treasurer maintains the board's budget.
well, Tina has maintained.
Not the school budget, the
Well,
board's budget.
The board's budget is controlled by or managed by Tina.
That isn't necessarily what I'm saying. So the $14,000 that we
Right.
have, our treasurer can maintain our expenditures that we've all spent for the $14,000 to know how much we've spent.
What I'm saying is, we're establishing a dollar figure. I'm not saying where is the accounting going to take place. I'm saying, where's the rule going
We
to
could
be
put it in
placed?
policy, John, and then just leave the amount blank, and that would be, we would asterisk the amount and refer to the budget for that, Tina's budget for that.
Are we at a position where we can vote on this today? The 14,000, or do we want to write it up a little bit cleaner?
We can vote on the amount, and then I can word something for policy for that's a two-part approval process. That's what we want to do.
Yeah, I mean, I'm prepared to make an amendment to the agenda to add in this motion, it's, and
So
then-
I do want to also bring up that the earlier comment about logistics and registration. We already have a board member that's expressed, Howard, can I say your name? Has expressed a desire to participate before these parameters were established. So do we still honor that request, given historical preferences, but moving forward, we keep to a budget? I want to ask that question before we do the logistics.
My answer to
President.
that would be, it is contained within our proposal.
Yeah, I think the 14,000 with CIP, and I'm going to add that to my motion, I think we'll be fine. I mean, going to the calendar year, I
I
don't
just
think
want to
we're
make sure we're
spent.
not, are we restricting that trip? Okay, I want to make sure we're not
I
going to
don't think we are.
Okay.
Howard?
I want to agree with what Lisa said a little bit earlier. The $14,000 sound reasonable, but I think that by getting into the $2,000 per individual and then having to, borrow money from another individual, I mean, it's a disincentive to, one, it's a lot of extra effort, and number two, it disincentivizes professional development, and one of our MASB governance standards encourages both advocacy and professional development. So I like Paul's idea of setting up a budget. It was quite frankly in our old policy that the board sets up a professional development policy, a budget for itself, and we never did. So I really compliment Paul. Thank you for incorporating this. But I think and as Lisa and I went around the horn with about 14 districts, and I think the vast majority of them had provided professional development to their board members. The expenses were paid by the district, and if they had a budget, it was for the total board. It really wasn't down to the individual. So 2,000 times 7 is 14,000. I like the 14,000 number, but I don't think we should include the $2,000 per board member limit.
That's just in case one particular year. I'm not saying it's going to happen. You have a board that everyone wants to go to DC.
Well, if we therefore exceed the 14,000, then it comes back and we do an
That's why
exception.
It goes to the 2,000 per person.
I also want to add that the predominant, message from all of the school boards and from our own superintendent is that professional development is something that should be encouraged, and to put any kind of limit on it when there has never historically been a problem, it hasn't been abused, it is really, I mean, when we write the policy or whatever it is, I think we have to make it clear that we encourage professional development, in that, if there's a great opportunity that exceeds the total 14,000, I can't imagine what it is, but that we would, we can't close doors to opportunities for professional development and learning for us, for our interns, for our students, if it's possible. When we heard last night the SFRC, the one thing that stuck with me, and it's sort of what Tina lives by, you know, your budget reflects your values. And if we don't value education for everybody in the organization,
But it's also an equity issue, because imagine a person who couldn't afford on an individual basis to pay $1,000 or $2,000 out of pocket. That's not fair to that person.
I'm not saying, as John said, we couldn't revote it. I'm saying we need to set parameters. Getting to Lisa's analysis earlier, we've never spent anywhere close to $14,000. So I think that's fair,
Yeah.
and let's just see how it goes. I mean,
14,000 is cool.
you know.
All right, so are we voting on this?
Yeah, so I'm gonna make a motion to add, under 8D, a motion regarding this budget. So I'd like to amend the agenda.
I second.
I think we already had a budget.
No, we don't have a motion.
Under D, under D, there's establish a board member profession for
Yeah, there's
budget.
not a motion.
No, but
He's amending it.
I'm amending it 8D2 for a motion.
Any discussion?
Why do we already got 8D. Why is it not within 8D?
8D2 will be my motion.
I don't think you have to amend it. Paul, you could just ask for the vote.
Oh, fine. On 8D2, I move that the Board of Education retroactively to July 1st, 2021 for the 2021 year have a budget of $2,000 per board member, total $14,000 per year collectively as a board per calendar year for professional development, which includes conference fees, hotel bills, transportation, any incidentals. The balance, if going over the $14,000, will be funded by individual board members going above $2,000 per board. I had to amend it for the 14,000.
Okay.
That's what I added in. I'll read it again, and maybe the last part. I move that the Board of Education retroactively to July 1st, 2021, for the 2021 year, have a budget of $2,000 per board member, total collectively of $14,000 per year, per calendar year for professional development, which includes conference fees, hotel, transportation, and any incidentals, period.
Does that say for conferences only?
Which includes conference fees, hotel bills, transportation, any incidentals.
No, the beginning.
I move, we'll have a
Is there a
budget.
second?
We'll have a budget of $2,000 per board member, total
Okay.
$14,000 per year.
Could I offer some feedback?
Wait, someone has a second before we can discuss.
Okay,
Someone second.
I second it, but I have some feedback.
Okay. I'll start with Siva, I suppose, since he's ready to go.
My feedback would be that the board reserves the right to go over the 2,000 limit per person on a majority vote, and that be included as part of that motion.
I would prefer we just eliminate the 2,000 reference altogether.
I agree with Lisa. 14,000.
I'm okay with
Okay,
that.
can we go in order?
I'm sorry.
Because I was going to call on Michelle.
I apologize.
That's okay. You know, we've
I made the motion, so I'm done talking.
I was just going to say, just to add for professional development. So this is only related to
language.
professional development.
For calendar year for professional development.
Yes.
That's what I wrote. It's in
Okay,
there.
that's
It's
what I
in-
was trying to figure
It's in
out.
there. yeah,
Perfect.
yeah.
So, to clarify.
I'm okay with the
removal
of $2,000.
Go
The
ahead.
difference of opinion is, one, the way that it was read into the record by Paul. One, Siva's potential amendment that says we could vote by a majority to exceed the $2,000, and Lisa and Howard thinking the budget should be 14,000 without a limit per person, but as a total.
They'd have to amend the amendment.
I'd like to start, I wish Jennifer was here.
Yeah, we could vote on mine, right?
So we have to vote.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, wow.
So we
I have driven home, so here I am. I had you on in the car the whole way. I'm sorry, what am I being asked to weigh in on?
No one said you.
Nothing-
We
nothing
appreciate
just
you're
yet.
here.
But welcome back.
Okay, thanks.
I'll bring you up to speed. Or have you been listening?
She said she was.
Yes, I have heard everything except some of the things the students were saying. They were a little soft-spoken
Okay, but you've heard
and
everything about the budget discussion?
about our own budget, yes.
Okay.
So we had to vote on the budget or make it a friendly amendment to the budget. But we had to close
Uh,
discussion first.
Since this is the first year we've had one, what if we just erred by making it sort of simple? 14,000, which includes professional development and all related expenses connected thereto.
You still have to amend the
Yeah, just simple. We don't have to list things, we don't have to, every expense connected to it.
I'm fine with that.
If we need it to be more specific in year 2, 3, 4, we can always do that, but
We need to follow Robert's rules here. We need to do an amendment to the proposal.
Yes.
Who would like to make an amendment?
Wait, Howard has a question.
Howard.
All right. I would like to amend Paul's motion. I haven't written down all the words, but I'd like to remove the $2,000 figure, but leave the $14,000 in, and add, in addition to professional development, say professional development and advocacy.
We had to close discussion first. No more discussion?
Well, no.
Because
That's-
if you're opening up a new, an amendment to his amendment, we can't
Well,
talk
no, he's
about
not,
it
he,
anymore.
he made a motion, I'm just making an amendment to his motion. And then we discuss the amendment, we vote on the amendment, and then we vote on the motion. I mean, that's the
Jennifer,
way.
did you have anything to comment before we close discussion
Well-
on Paul's motion?
What? Amendments,
actually,
amendments happen
I'll
before,
retract.
amendments override the motion. You make the amendment first, and then you vote on the amendment, and then you vote on the motion as amended or non-amended. That's the way
Okay,
Robert's rules
make
works.
your motion for an amendment then.
Whatever works.
So I made I move that we make an amendment to Paul's motion where we eliminate the $2,000 limit, we leave the $14,000 in, and add the word in addition to professional development, say professional development and advocacy.
Support.
Point of clarification, I don't understand what we mean by advocacy.
Advocacy, professional development is when you are learning. Advocacy is when you are advocating, when you're working with a legislator or any organization to try to convince them to do something that you would like. So one is incoming and the other is outgoing. And for this Advocacy Institute, it's really doing both. There's some professional development piece of it, or you're learning, and then there's advocacy where you're going and taking that learning and implementing it.
So, can I ask a question about advocacy? I presume it's in line with the direction from the entire board?
Absolutely.
Okay, just clarifying.
We are only advocating for the district. Absolutely.
I don't love the advocacy part in there. It's confusing and,
Because one of MASB's governance standards is that one of our responsibilities as individual board members is to advocate for education in our
right, but
district.
I think that you can do that under development without it being
Okay, as long as,
specifically
if
advocating.
you think that we can do it all under professional development, that's fine.
I mean, I think it's all part of development.
That's fine. Okay.
I don't like ambiguous words in stuff.
No, I'm just
Speak
thinking,
as
if one of us, as an example, if one of us drives up to Lansing and is a witness at, or gives public comment at a House or Senate hearing in Lansing or in Washington DC by chance, would that be eligible for, would those expenses be reimbursed under this?
I mean, that's a gray area. Is the person speaking on behalf of the board? Does he
Absolutely,
have
no,
the board-
this is for,
she the board
this would
member?
be part of our board service. And
Well, yeah, then I
under
would call that
under the
under
auspices
PD.
of the superintendent and the board.
I don't think if you drove to Lansing to do some random thing, you should get your travel, miles reimbursed.
It's not random. It would be something that it was very important to our district. Let's say it was something related to school finance research
To
collaborative.
Siv's point, we all voted and agreed that you should go and get reimbursed.
I would
This-
support lobbying, if that's what you're saying.
Yeah, it's lobbying, advocacy. That's the same thing.
It depends what he's lobbying for.
Well, it would be something that we, the board, would have to agree to. No, it's something that we, the board, would agree
I don't know what
to.
he's going up there to lobby for.
No, Paul, listen to what I just said. No one of us can speak except for the board. The board would have to approve whatever would be said.
Can we just say professional development and leave it that
Fine.
way for year one?
Fine.
And
Fine.
that would include lobbying and advocacy. It's all part of development is,
Very good.
it's late. and it's tired.
Very good.
Paul, are you okay with his
I'm
amendment?
fine, I don't.
All right.
I wanted a budget in place.
Yeah,
We got a budget in place.
And I think,
Yeah.
yeah.
So, Mr. President, call the vote on the amendment?
Michelle's not.
When she gets back.
Right, and we'll have to reword the exact wording of whatever the new one is. And then,
Well, Paul can make the changes and let us know what it says.
Yeah, I can give it to Beth for the minutes. I know it, I'll just take out the $2,000. We'll wait for Michelle to vote. We only have one more thing, right? That's sending Howard that, to Washington. So that'll be.
we don't really need Michelle.
Mr. Barron goes to Washington.
I have a question.
There you go.
Sorry, Jennifer, we forgot.
No, I have a question. Did we talk about the issue of the fact that we get free tickets, farm festival, all of the opportunity costs that the district might be missing when we go to things on a complimentary basis? Is that included into this budget?
That's a good point, actually.
What do we get free?
Wait.
I mean, I was offered a $50, beer and bourbon ticket, and I said, no, I'd really like to pay, right? So, I mean, that kind of stuff, I think adds up, because we do have some functions that are, say, more than just a few dollars.
Listen, I could get reimbursed $12,000 per year of my miles if I wanted to, but I'm not going to. That's not
No, but
professional
like, what
development.
about all the tickets to plays, especially ones that are sold out? That's
Oh,
an
you mean-
opportunity cost that the community could have a seat there, and then,
Well, that would be up to the superintendent and the administrative assistant who offers these things
Jennifer's
to
asking,
us.
is that included in the budget? That's what she's saying.
I defer to the superintendent.
I'm not sure if it's included in the budget or not.
Okay?
Oh, it's our
budget.
it's our budget. We don't
We get
defer
to
to,
decide.
yeah.
I don't think that's included in our budget. If the high school wants to comp us, tickets to the play, that's fine. I mean,
To figure all that stuff out, it's a
And it's
whole
not
bunch of
professional
extra effort.
Yeah, it's not.
Yeah, it's not professional. And it
If
gets
went
to
the
be a
play, it could
nightmare to
be.
track.
It's actually pretty good. Anyway, so we.
It gets to
we're waiting
become
for
a
you to vote.
nightmare to
One
track.
conversation. Say.
It could be very challenging for Karen to track all of these
Yeah, we took out
onesie
the
twosies.
$2,000, so we just.
So
made
it's not worth the
14,000.
hassle.
Agreed.
Sit for a second, I'm fine with it. We can just vote, so we can move on.
So do we have to vote on the amendment? and then
Yeah,
vote
we
on
have
the
to, we have to vote, we have an amendment, Howard's amendment, second, now we're just voting.
Are we voting?
Voting on,
We could discuss it some more, but I think we've,
let's vote.
Did somebody amend Howard's amendment?
No.
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 No,
There's
but we
one
need to
amendment
word
on the
it.
table. There's a motion, main motion, and one amendment.
Howard, just word it again, please. so we
someone
know
The
what we're
amendment
voting
is eliminate the words $2,000 per board member, and that's it.
on. And do we want to list travel, hotel?
I-
It's already there in
I
Paul's.
think the word, Paul's
Okay.
was very comprehensive.
Paul, can you reread it?
All right, I'll read it. I move the Board of Education retroactively to July 1st, 2021 for the 2021 year, have a budget of $14,000 per year, per calendar year for professional development, which includes conference fees, hotel bills, transportation, any incidentals, period.
Love it.
What?
Yeah, she said stick to
Fiscal year.
fiscal year.
Fiscal year, okay. That's fine.
You don't like the word calendar?
Well, she
Thank you
did-
for the peanut gallery.
It started in July, and then
She,
you said
she,
calendar,
she got,
so
she
she's
got,
right.
she got 22 years in a row, she could do what she wants.
Second.
We have a second, just say all those in favor so we can move on.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. 7-6.
So officially, we just
607.
voted on the amendment, so now we should do one more vote for the motion.
Jennifer, are you in?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
I don't,
7-0.
I think if the amendment goes, we don't need to
No,
vote on them.
You have to vote on the
Officially, you have to
amendment, and
do
you have
two
to-
votes. You vote on the amendment, you vote on the motion, but
You
fine,
do.
let's move on.
Fine, okay.
Okay, well,
So we're voting on my original motion,
Right, as
On your
amended.
amended.
As amended.
as amended.
we're voting now?
Yes.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. Call for a vote on the amended motion. Apparently, we just voted to amend the
Yep,
motion.
Correct.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Jennifer?
No, I
Aye.
All right, 7-0, moving to
E.
E.
Someone make a motion so we can get out of here.
I move that Howard Barron attend the 2021 National School Board Association Equity Symposium and Advocacy Institute in Washington, D.C. from January 22nd through 25th of 2022.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Call for a vote.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. 7-0.
Aye.
Wait, I changed my mind.
Call for adjournment.
All right, good job, John. We got out of here at 11:10.
Say,